Yes, yes, audible.
मनीष जी, मंत्री जी हमारे साथ में हैं। बाकी
नमस्कार
लेकिन उनका
सर।
माइक्रोफोन शायद
Hello, Nirmal.
Hi.
Mr.
Subhoshachita, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. You can just say namaskar to Mantri ji all the way from Arkansas, USA. For you it is early morning, so you can give a very good morning to our Honorable Minister Phaggan Singh Kuliste ji, जो हमारे साथ में हैं.
Namaskar. I'm sitting in USA. It's almost 5:29 here in the morning, and it should be around 4 o'clock, 3:59 there in India. So good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon.
Good morning to you, Subhoshachita.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, nice to see you all after a long time. So many of you.
How is Big River doing?
We are doing fine. A lot of us are working from remote. Out of the 550 employees, probably 150 of them we're working from remote. Most of the production workers are there. We are almost running full steam, not to 100%, but probably close to 90-92% level.
That's good. That will be our way of life in future for some time.
Well, the new normal is challenging, no doubt.
Yes, new normal. Biryology, nice to see you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
और नमस्कार मंत्री सर.
नमस्कार
सर.
मंत्री जी नमस्कार from my part.
नमस्कार जी, नमस्कार सभी मित्रों को.
Namaskar, Mantri ji.
Namaskar.
And I must appreciate that all the NRIs in the GCC, whoever I've met, is very appreciative of the government of India right now. And I think we have the best possible Prime Minister and the team leading the country during this time of great reset happening.
हाँ मंत्री जी, ये रवि जी जो है वो सीईओ हैं अपना सुल्ब बहरीन से, तो पहले मतलब अपना देश में ही काम कर चुके हैं. वो एसआर स्टील में थे, फिर उससे पहले टाटा.
अभी इस समय कहाँ है रवि जी?
अभी मंत्री साहब हम लोग बहरीन में हैं.
अच्छा.
बहरीन में और सऊदी अरेबिया में. मैं खाली ये आपको और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को धन्यवाद करना चाहता था कि एनआरआई बहरीन में हैं एंड जीसीसी में. वेरी अप्रिशिएटिव. आपको
चलिए धन्यवाद जी.
Mantri ji, good afternoon. This is Sridhar from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. And the government's initiative जो है 20 लाख करोड़ का, it's an excellent initiative. And we have found that post lockdown काफी rural areas में काफी demand spurt हुआ है. मतलब villages में interior regions of Maharashtra जहाँ पर हम लोग हैं, जैसे सांगली, नांदेड़ and फिर जालना, जामनेर, वो बहुत सारे interior regions से काफी demand उभर कर आया है. And this is a good positive thing. Urban areas are yet to pick up, but thanks to this, whatever that has been done. Yesterday, the Honorable Finance Minister has given this for rural, migrant labor shelters ke liye वगैरह rural. So this is an excellent initiative.
No, she has to switch it
Definitely spur the demand in a big way.
Okay, so
अंकित, रसिका जी अपना कैमरा नहीं ऑन करने पा रही है. नहीं ऑन कर पा रही है, तो ये रसिका जी का कैमरा कुछ ऑन किया जाए. अंकित,
I'm not able to find Rasika ji in the attendees list. Could you just ask her to raise her hand? Maybe she has signed in from a different name. Okay, got her.
Got her?
Yeah. Now we are
Rasika ji
for Mr. Pachter, Mr. Peter Meyer, and Mr. Anil Anand.
अच्छा ठीक है, तब तक शुरू करते हैं कि तुम मंत्री जी का समय हम लोग बर्बाद नहीं कर सकते. तो हम लोग शुरू करते हैं. लेट अस स्टार्ट. कैन वी पुट चेयरमैन सेल ऑन? चेयरमैन सेल को का वीडियो और माइक्रोफोन ऑन किया जाए. चेयरमैन सेल, कैन यू जस्ट I'll call चेयरमैन सेल. मैं चेयरमैन सेल को एक बार रिमाइंड कर देता हूं.
No, I'm here. I'm available. I'm on the line only, and I believe my photo is also visible.
Yeah, it is visible, चौधरी साहब.
Yes.
कैसे हैं आप? बहुत दिन आपसे मिले
I'm
नहीं.
fine. I'm fine. Thank you very much. And thanks a lot for hosting this seminar and also inviting me as the speaker. And of course, we are thankful to Honorable Minister for gracing this occasion.
It is the initiative. चौधरी साहब, मैंने आपका जो फिकी वाला एड्रेस था, I was listening to that and that gave us a lot of boost. मतलब the way optimism you are spreading around, I'm sure it will drive the industry in such times.
नहीं मोंती साहब, ऑप्टिमिज्म है भी. मैं तो ग्राउंड लेवल पे डील करता हूं. मैंने आज अपने जितने मेरे 47 ब्रांच मैनेजर हैं या मेरे की अकाउंट मैनेजर हैं, आज मैंने सबसे बात किया. जैसे अभी मिस्टर श्रीधर ने बताया कि इस जो स्टिमुलस पैकेज आया है, इसके बाद देयर इज लॉट ऑफ एंथुसिज्म इन द मार्केट. और मुझे ये भी लग रहा है कि मार्केट में जो प्राइसेस में इंप्रूवमेंट आया है वो भी विजिबल है. और ये सब मिथ है कि जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमको एक्सपोर्ट पैरिटी प्राइस चाहिए. बहुत कम लोग ये सोचते हैं कि हमको एक्सपोर्ट पैरिटी प्राइस चाहिए. जो प्राइस चल रहा है या जो मार्च का प्राइस रोल ओवर है या जो अप्रैल का प्राइस है, लोग उस पर मटेरियल ले रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि मटेरियल नहीं है मार्केट में. जो मटेरियल है वो ले लिया जाए. हो सकता है कि बाद में ये मटेरियल भी ना मिले, because we are going to face a very big demand in the market. Here we will talk, as my attorney there, I will talk about all these things and I will approach the honorable participants about all such things, because I operate at a, I would say, a very, very low level. I've been in touch with all my branch managers all over the country and I say with pride that we have the largest network. So because of that network, I get the correct feedback from everywhere in the country.
Okay, so without wasting much of time, Chaudhary ji will get started with the program. Ankit, can you just introduce?
Yes, absolutely.
Just introduce.
We are just waiting for Mr. Anil Anand, Mr. Pachter, and Mr. Peter Meyer, but we will just start with our schedule and I will add
Sharma ji,
as they come.
yeah, Sharma ji, are you there? Sharma sir?
Yes, I am very much here. I am listening to you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Sharma sir.
Good afternoon.
मंत्री जी के लिए शर्मा जी,
नमस्कार।
मंत्री जी के लिए शर्मा साहब दो चार शब्द आपसे हो जाए.
माननीय मंत्री जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. आपके मार्गदर्शन में हम सब स्टील इंडस्ट्री के जितने भी यहाँ प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, आज आपसे मार्गदर्शन चाहेंगे. और ऐसे जो एक बहुत बड़ी आपदा देश के अंदर चल रही है, जिसके अंदर कि ये इतना बड़ा बीमारी पूरे महामारी फैल गई है, इसमें आप हमारा मार्गदर्शन कीजिए और स्टील इंडस्ट्री कैसे देश के लिए, देश के हित के लिए क्या काम कर सकती है, उसमें हमें आप सुझाव दें, आप हमें मार्गदर्शन दें कि आप हमें एडवाइज करें कि स्टील इंडस्ट्री अपने देश के लिए क्या कर सकती है. वैसे स्टील इंडस्ट्री हमेशा देश के लिए कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ी हुई है. हम भारत के लिए बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं. भारत के लिए पूरी स्टील इंडस्ट्री आज फॉरेन एक्सचेंज अर्जित कर रही है और इतने लाखों लोगों को रोजगार देकर रखा हुआ है और पूरी इंडस्ट्री का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है. अभी हमारे कस्टमर्स जो हैं, जो डाउनस्ट्रीम कस्टमर्स हैं, वो भी मार्केट पूरी खुली नहीं है, जिसकी वजह से डिमांड थोड़ी सी आजकल कम है, लेकिन आ जाएगी. हमको आपसे ये अनुरोध करेंगे कि जितना जल्दी हो सके लोहा मंडी खोली जाए, जितना जल्दी हो सके लोहे की ट्रेड को सुचारू रूप से चलाया जाए. और हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं इस गोष्ठी में और हम आपसे अनुरोध करते हैं कि कृपा करके आप हमें अपना मार्गदर्शन दें. हमें क्या करना चाहिए, कैसे चलना चाहिए और हमें भारत के लिए क्या करना चाहिए विशेष रूप से. और जो भारत का आत्मनिर्भर पॉलिसी आप लेके आए हैं, ये बहुत ही अच्छी एक पॉलिसी है. इसमें जो इंपोर्ट ऑफ स्टील है, इसको पूर्णतः बंद कर देना चाहिए और हम सभी सक्षम हैं कि हम भारत के लिए जितने भी स्टील की रिक्वायरमेंट है उतना उत्पादन करेंगे, मिनिस्टर नहीं देखने देंगे. हम पूरा उत्पादन करेंगे और अच्छे कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइस में माल देंगे. सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स होने के नाते और ऑनर्स होने के नाते हम देश के लिए बहुत पाए. यही मेरा आपसे आग्रह है.
I think most of the speakers have come. मंत्री जी, आपका अगर आज्ञा हो तो हम अपना national anthem से शुरू करें.
चलिए स्टार्ट.
Let us stand up for the.
Yeah, first of all, a very warm welcome to all the panelists and attendees who have joined us today. So the topic for today's discussion would revolve around the challenges and the opportunities for the Indian steel industry post-COVID era. So as we know today, we are faced by a unique challenge and that requires a very creative and analytical approach to ensure survival and development in days to come. So to discuss the various possibilities, Steel and Metallurgy with Merchant Chamber of Commerce have decided to organize this webinar. And on behalf of my entire team, I would like to thank you all for making this event possible. I would also like to thank our sponsors, without whom this event would not be possible. Jindal Steel and Power, the lead sponsor for today's event, Prime Metals Technologies, RINL Vizag Steel Plant, Sham Steel, and HNK India. So I would like to say thank you for your support during these difficult times. Now, before we start off, I would just like to mention a few guidelines. Firstly, for all those attendees who have not been able to join for technical reasons, you may still watch the discussion in our live stream on Facebook and on our website. If the attendees wish to ask some questions to the panelists, you may use the raise hand option. If some panelists are stuck in the attendees section and you are not able to use your microphone, you can also use the raise hand option and I will promote you to the panel. And we plan to take 2 questions per panelist. Since we don't have a lot of time, we will only be taking 2 questions per panelist. Okay, third is there was some questions raised regarding the data privacy issues with Zoom. So I would like to inform you that Zoom has now upgraded to GCM encryption in their latest release, which is what we are using for our webinar today to ensure security and data privacy. And also for the panelists, if you wish to present a PowerPoint presentation, you may do so using the screen share option available. So now with all that cleared out, I would request everyone to rise for the national anthem, please. Okay, thank you. So I would now introduce our panelists. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So our first panelist is Mr. Vivek Gupta, President of Merchant Chamber of Commerce, who will be giving the welcome address. Honorable Minister Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste, Minister of Steel, Government of India. Sri Rasika Chaube, IDAS Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director and CEO, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. Jayant Acharya, Director, Commercial Marketing and Corporate Strategy, JSW Steel. Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO of Sulb Bahrain. Mr. Shobhashachi Bandopadhyay, who has joined us all the way from United States at a very early time, CTO, Big River Steel, USA. Mr. R.V. Sridhar, Executive Director and CEO, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India Limited. Mr. Ulrich Pachter, who has not yet arrived, and I'm hoping that he will join us very soon, Managing Director and CEO, SMS India Private Limited. Mr. Gajendra Banwar, Managing Director, Denali India Private Limited. Mr. Anil Anand, Managing Director, Polworth India. He has also not joined us yet, and I'm hoping that he will soon join the panel. Mr. Norbert Peter Meyer, Executive Vice President, Primetals Technologies, Austria. We are also waiting for him currently. Mr. Manish Beriwala, Director, Sham Steel Industries. Mr. Sridhar Krishnamurthy, Managing Director, Arja Steel Private Limited. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, SRTMI. Mr. Sushim Banerjee, Director General, Institute of Steel Development and Growth. Mr. Subrata Mitra, ex-Joint Managing Director, MN Dastur and Co. Limited. So the moderator for today's panel discussion will be my father, Mr. Nirmalia Mukherjee. I would now request him to take it forward from here.
Thank you, Ankit. Normally in our families, whenever you grow old, the son takes over. So I would like to thank my son Ankit for hosting this all the way in far in Germany. मंत्री जी, मेरा बेटा अंकित जिसको आप देख रहे हैं वो अभी मास्टर्स कर रहा है जर्मनी मैग्डीबर्ग शहर में है. So thank you Ankit for hosting us this afternoon. Without wasting much of time, since we have a whole lot of speakers, Madam Rasika ji has joined us.
Yes.
Has Rasika ji? Okay. So Rasika ji is also. Rasika ji, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you, madam. So with that, I would request Vivek Gupta, who's the president of Merchant Chamber of Commerce, and he is also one of the leading newspaper owners in Kolkata. So I would like to request Vivek ji to deliver his welcome address, please.
आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार, मेरा बहुत बहुत प्रणाम. माननीय मंत्री जी श्री फग्गन सिंह जी कुलस्ते, श्रीमती रसिका चौबे जी, अनिल कुमार चौधरी जी और बाकी सब हमारे डिस्टिंग्विश गेस्ट जिनका नाम नहीं ले रहा वो मुझे क्षमा करेंगे. मैं वैसे मेरी स्पीच इंग्लिश में बनी हुई है, बट हम और मंत्री जी पार्लियामेंट में कई बार हिंदी में हम लोग बात कर चुके हैं. मंत्री जी शायद मुझे नहीं जानते होंगे, मैं भी एक्स एमपी रहा हुआ हूँ टीएमसी से. So we extend a very hearty and cordial welcome to all of you to this webinar. We are to respected Shri Faggan Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Steel, for kindly accepting our invitation and inaugurate this webinar as chief guest. We are delighted to have with us today a galaxy of experts, Shrimati Rasika Chaube, Shri Chaudhary, Shri Sharma, among very other distinguished experts. The panel represents a balanced one and comprising of policy makers, producers, technology providers, in short, all the stakeholders of the steel industry. I will not give the long speech that my chamber has prepared because there are so many distinguished panelists. We all want to hear all of them. Just want to make few bullet points so that we set the tone. India is the second largest steel producer in the world. There is no denying that my state, Bengal, where I come from, is one of the biggest contributors to production of steel, and we've been badly hit. Mr. Beriwal is here. We've all been trying to take up various demands to see how we can get relief from the COVID situations, whether it is the power minimum demand charge for power or other such things. The steel industry, when they heard that we are having this event today, has given me a huge wish list. I don't want to waste the time mentioning, but few important ones. Raw material continues to be a challenge for the steel industry, especially where imports are involved. Also, the raw material meant for the domestic mills is being sent outside as exports, so they want some kind of restrictions on that. And in short, they want the SMEs who play a very vital role in secondary and last mile connectivity for the steel to be facilitated. मंत्री जी, आपसे कुछ भी नहीं छुपा है. हम लोगों ने बहुत रिप्रेजेंटेशंस भेजा है. आत्मनिर्भर 1 और आत्मनिर्भर 2 हमने बहुत ध्यान से देखा है. स्टील इंडस्ट्री के लिए पर्टिकुलरली कुछ नहीं है, बट मुझे लगता है कि शायद हमें थोड़ा सा थावस रखना पड़ेगा और शायद कुछ और आएगा बंगाल के लिए और स्टील इंडस्ट्री के लिए. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत नमस्कार, प्रणाम. और निर्मल्यता को देने के पहले मैं एक बार आप सब महान हस्तियों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आज आके अपना बहुमूल्य समय हम लोगों के साथ बिताने के लिए। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, Vivek ji, for really thought-provoking address to all our members of the steel fraternity. Actually, you know, our steel industry has always been a very resilient one. जब कभी कोई विपदा आई है हमारे ऊपर, हम उसे हर बार ओवरकम कर चुके हैं, इस बार भी हम लोग जरूर करेंगे. And especially with our Prime Minister's package of 20 lakh crores for the impetus to our economy, I'm sure the industry will see better days. And I was listening to Sri Anil Chaudhary for his FICCI address, in which he actually struck the note. And the day before that, Mr. V.R. Sharma was addressing Indian Chamber of Commerce. So after hearing both of them, I'm pretty confident that we will get back to days, good days, very soon, sooner than perhaps we expected. With that, without wasting much of time, मैं मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा अपना वक्तव्य रखें हमारे इस्पात उद्योग के बारे में. सरकार क्या सोची है, हमारा रास्ता, आगे का रास्ता क्या बनेगा. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं अपना ऑनरेबल मंत्री जी श्री फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते जी. Besides being the minister, he's a wonderful human being. I have met him.
नमस्कार. मैं विशेषकर कोविड-19 के कारण भारतीय इस्पात उद्योग पर चुनौतियां एवं अवसर पर मर्चेंट चैम्बर्स ऑफ कॉमर्स एवं इंडस्ट्रीज और इस्पात तथा लघु कर्मी मैगनीज के संयुक्त तत्वाधान में आयोजित विचार संगोष्ठी में आप सबका धन्यवाद करता हूं. और विशेषकर हमारे इस्पात मंत्रालय के हमारे नेशनल सेक्रेटरी जी, हमारे सेल के चेयरमैन अनिल जी, विवेक जी, हरजी जी और विभिन्न संगठनों के सभी प्रतिनिधि मित्रों. आज भारत एक ऐसे दौर से गुजर रहा है. मित्रों, आप सब जानते हैं कि जैसा कि इस समय कोविड-19 के कारण पूरा विश्व इस महामारी से प्रभावित है. भारत भी इस महामारी से अछूता नहीं है. सरकार ने इस महामारी से लड़ने के लिए और विशेषकर भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई कदम उठाए हैं और सरकार के द्वारा किए गए साहसिक कदमों में से एक बहुत बड़ा कदम जिस समय ये प्रारंभ हुआ तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 22 तारीख को सारे देश के लोगों से आह्वान किया मार्च, और एक साथ पूरे समय अपने घर पर रहने का उन्हें अनुरोध किया था. और उसमें आप सब लोगों का बहुत बड़ा समर्थन भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का मिला था. इसके बाद जब लॉकडाउन का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ, मुझे लगता है देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी एक चुनौती, और आज हम 130 करोड़ लोगों के बीच में उनको सुरक्षित रखना, लॉकडाउन लगाया जाना, ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा एक साहसी कदम था. लॉकडाउन की वजह से कोरोना के तेजी से फैलने का ये जो कारण बनता है उसको रोक पाना, और ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा जो असंभव था उसको संभव करके इस निर्णय ने देश को दिखाया है. आज कोविड-19 के कारण उद्योग धंधे प्रभावित हुए हैं और अर्थव्यवस्था भी प्रभावित हुई है. इसका पूरा प्रभाव हमारे उद्योग धंधे, हमारे अन्य तरह के कामकाज और उस पर सीधा इसका प्रभाव पड़ा है. विशेषकर इस्पात मंत्रालय ने इस वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से अभी कुछ समय पहले हमारे मंत्री श्रीमान धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी ने अनेक संगठनों के साथ में हमारे मंत्रालय के सभी अधिकारी, हमारे इस स्टील उद्योग से जुड़े हुए कई ऐसे प्रतिनिधि हमारे एसोसिएशंस के साथ में वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से बातचीत वार्तालाप हमने प्रारंभ किया है। उनके कई महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव प्राप्त हुए हैं और हमने जो सुझाव प्राप्त हुए हैं और उन सुझावों पर भी हमने मंथन करना प्रारंभ किया है मंत्रालयों के अंदर और समय समय में इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाते रहे। आज आप ये अनुभव करते होंगे, अभी जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब ये रिलीफ फंड के बारे में अगर फैसला किया है तो हमारे अनेक ऐसे क्षेत्रों को विचार विमर्श करने के साथ साथ ये जो फैसला किया है कि हमारे 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का जो पैकेज देने का अनाउंसमेंट किया है, ये इसका एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। ये बात सही है जैसे आप लोगों ने कहा है कि विशेषकर हमारे स्टील के क्षेत्र में ज्यादा लाभ लोगों को नहीं मिल पाएगा, परंतु इससे जुड़े हुए जो हमारे लघु उद्योग है, छोटे जो उद्योग है, विशेषकर एमएसएमई, मैंने देश भर के करीब 18 प्रदेशों से मैंने बातचीत किया उद्योग मंत्रियों से और उसमें से अनुभव आया। मैंने सारे क्षेत्र को वहां के मिनिस्टर्स, हमारे सेक्रेटरी, सभी लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद हमने इस प्रकार के निर्णय के बारे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी सुझाव दिया और उसका नतीजा आज सामने हम देख रहे हैं। निश्चित तौर से ये वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से एकीकृत इस्पात उद्योग है, हमारे सेकेंडरी सेक्टर के इस्पात उद्योग, इंजीनियरिंग, निर्यात, संवर्धन परिषद आदि के साथ साथ जो बैठकें हुई और सभी हमारे शेयर धारकों ने भी अपनी अपनी चिंताओं से इस संबंध में अवगत कराया है, जिस पर सरकार ने लॉकडाउन अवधि के दौरान कई कदम जो उठाए, ये इसका ही परिणाम है। आज मुझे कहते हुए इस बात की प्रसन्नता है कि जो चुनौतियां हमारे सामने है, ये संकट है, जो परिस्थिति है, इन परिस्थितियों से हमेशा हर किसी मुल्क को एक अवसर प्रदान करता है। आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि शर्त है कि वह इस अवसर को वह पहचाने। आज बार बार हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की कल्पना प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, हम आप सब ने किया है और शायद आज ये संयोग कहिए या दुर्भाग्य कहिए कि इस प्रकार की जो परिस्थिति का निर्माण आज हुआ है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 12 मई 2020 को राष्ट्र के नाम संबोधन में कहा था कि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है और जब 21वीं सदी में विश्व गुरु के रूप में स्थापित करना है तो इस संकट को हमें एक अवसर के रूप में देखना चाहिए। आज ये जो परिस्थितियां बनी हैं, ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा एक चुनौती का काम है और इसलिए आप गुजरात के बारे में, जब कच्छ में 2001 में विनाशकारी भूकंप के बाद उद्योग धंधों में हुई प्रगति, ये इस बात को अवसर के रूप में पहचान करने का एक परिणाम गुजरात के अंदर देखने को मिला। आप भली भांति जानते हैं कि किस तरह से जापान इस द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध में पूरी तरह इस नष्ट होने के बाद आज पूरी दुनिया में तकनीक और आर्थिक रूप से जो विकसित हुआ है, ये उदाहरण इसको मान सकते हैं। यह हम सब संभव हो सका है सिर्फ और सिर्फ जापान ने संकट को अवसर के रूप में लिया था। संकट के इस घड़ी में भारत सरकार ने कई कदम उठाए हैं, जिसमें उद्योग धंधों के साथ अन्य क्षेत्रों के लिए आर्थिक पैकेज के साथ साथ उसके दायरे को परिभाषित किया। माननीय वित्त मंत्री प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से आप सबको इस बात से विस्तृत रूप से जानकारी दी है। साथियों, भारत प्राकृतिक संसाधनों से परिपूर्ण राष्ट्र है, जहां लोहा अयस्क प्रचुर मात्रा में उपलब्ध है, वह सस्ते श्रमिकों की भी कमी नहीं है। इन सभी के वजह से यहाँ इस्पात उद्योग के लिए अनुकूल माहौल है। भारत विश्व में इस्पात का दूसरा बड़ा उत्पादक देश है और इस्पात खपत की दृष्टि से तीसरा बड़ा देश है। भारत 2019-20 में इस्पात का निर्यातक देश रहा है। सरकार द्वारा की गई घोषणाओं से कई क्षेत्रों के उद्योगों को संजीवनी मिलेगी और इस्पात की भी मांग बढ़ेगी। जैसा आप लोगों ने भी अभी प्रारंभिक तौर से कहा कि इसके लिए हम सबके सहयोग के लिए, हम सबके समर्थन के लिए इसकी आवश्यकता है। स्वदेशी उत्पादकों का ज्यादा से ज्यादा उपयोग करें और स्थानीय उत्पादकों के प्रचार प्रसार पर बल दें, जिसमें हमारे स्थानीय उद्योगों को विकसित होने में सहायता मिलेगी और रोजगार के अच्छे अवसर प्राप्त होंगे। आज के इस पैनल डिस्कशन में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के संबोधन में भारत को आत्मनिर्भर के लिए जिन 5 स्तंभों की चर्चा की है, उस पर इस्पात उद्योग के परिप्रेक्ष्य में व्यापक चर्चा करें एवं जो बिंदु सुझाए उभर कर आते हैं उसमें पूर्ण रूप से दिया जाए। मैं चाहता हूं कि इस पैनल डिस्कशन के अंदर ये सभी बिंदुओं पर विचार विमर्श हो, हमारे पैनलिस्ट भी इस बात की चर्चा करें और इस पूरे सेमिनार से भी मैं चाहता हूं कि जो निकल करके आए कि आने वाले भविष्य और विशेषकर इस्पात के क्षेत्र में हमारे जितने भी उद्योग धंधे हैं उनको और हम कैसे बल दे सकते हैं, सरकार की ओर से जो कुछ भी समर्थन मिल सकता है, इसके लिए हम लोग बातचीत कर रहे हैं। मैं आशा करता हूं कि सरकार द्वारा की गई आर्थिक पैकेज से इस्पात उद्योग के साथ साथ अन्य उद्योग भी लाभान्वित होंगे। उच्च गुणवत्ता के उत्पादन होगा और तकनीकी रूप से सबल होंगे, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और इसलिए आप सभी मित्रों से मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं कि जो अच्छे सुझाव इस देश के आर्थिक विकास में हम कहां पर खड़े हो सकते हैं, आज स्वाभाविक इस संकट से उबरने में हमारे सामने बहुत सारी चुनौतियां हैं, हम उन चुनौतियों को स्वीकारते हुए इनको आगे बढ़ाते हुए स्वाभाविक तौर से इस देश के लिए और भारत के लिए हम एक स्तंभ के रूप में भारत खड़े हो दुनिया के अंदर, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और इसलिए आप सभी मित्रों से चाहता हूं कि इस पूरे डिस्कशन से ये सारे विषय निकल कर के आए और जो भी सरकार की तरफ से हमारे इस
हेलो, इधर तो चल रहा है।
Yeah, I think honorable minister's video got, I mean, there's some connection problem, I believe.
Yeah, it seems.
Let us wait for some time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, honorable minister, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
चलिए, नमस्कार।
The moderator, your mic is muted.
Okay.
Yeah. I would just like to announce that all the panelists have joined and we now have a full house.
ठीक है मंत्री जी, चलिए
धन्यवाद।
सुनाई दे रहा है? हाँ, सॉरी। हाँ, चलिए मंत्री जी, हाँ सुनते हैं आप। बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग जो मार्ग आप दिखा रहे हैं, इस मार्गदर्शन पे ही हम लोग चलेंगे। आप हमें मार्ग दिखाते जाइए।
चलिए, बहुत अच्छा, सब लोग मिलकर के इस काम को बढ़ाइए और जरूर कुछ ना कुछ रास्ता निकलेगा और हम सबको एक संबल मिलेगी, ताकत मिलेगी। प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी हम इस बात को कहेंगे, हमारे मंत्री जी निरंतर इस काम में भी लगे हैं, पूरा आप सहयोग जो भी यथासंभव हो सकता है सपोर्ट की दृष्टि से हम करने का प्रयास करेंगे।
मंत्री जी, आप एक आध सवाल लेना चाहेंगे शर्मा जी से, सेल चेयरमैन से, सबसे एक आध सवाल?
मैं हूं अभी, चलिए अभी चलाइए, जब तक है मैं अभी 10-15 मिनट बैठा हूं, चलिए।
ठीक है, ठीक है। इस बीच में अगर if there is anyone who want, Mr. Pachter, do you want to ask a question to the minister? Mr. Pachter, can you hear me?
I don't
Okay,
have a question for the ministers. Sorry.
Okay. अनिल जी, आपका कोई सवाल है मंत्री जी के लिए?
नहीं, हम मंत्री जी से मिलते रहते हैं,
थैंक यू।
बराबर
मंत्री जी से नहीं है,
तो हमारा मंत्री जी से ऐसा कोई सवाल नहीं है अभी।
I'm very thankful for his this roadmap and what he has said, and also to the government, all the stimulating packages which has been announced. This is very good, and I'm sure it will help the steel industry, which is really needs that help very badly. Thank you.
Okay. मनीष जी, आपका कोई सवाल?
जी नमस्कार मंत्री जी। अभी इस नाजुक स्थिति में जिस तरह से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 20 लाख करोड़ का स्टिमुलस पैकेज निकाला है, विच इज रियली गुड फॉर एमएसएमई सेक्टर्स। स्टील के लिए थोड़ा सा कम है, लेकिन हम लोग जहां तक जानते हैं कि बजट में इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने 100 लाख करोड़ अगले 5 साल में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंडिंग पर बजट निकाला था। तो अब आगे क्या स्थिति रहेगी जब 20 लाख करोड़ की स्टिमुलस पैकेज हम एमएसएमई या छोटे उद्योगों के लिए निकाल रहे हैं, तो क्या वेदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंडिंग को भी उतनी मान्यता दी जाएगी जिससे स्टील की डिमांड बरकरार रहे?
चलिए, इसके बारे में हमने नोट किया है और जरूर हम बातचीत करेंगे।
Okay, so we have a couple of questions from the audience. I would request you to first introduce yourself and then ask the question.
इसको देखना पड़ेगा।
Do we have questions from the audience?
Yeah. This is Mahesh Kayal. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear.
Am I audible, please?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So, मंत्री महोदय जी, सर हमारे यहाँ जो फेरोलाइज इंडस्ट्री है, तो फेरोलाइज जो अपने स्टील बनाने के लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रॉ मटेरियल में आता है, और इंडिया में करीबन अभी 10 से 16 हजार करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट होता है फेरोलाइज का, और जितनी प्रोडक्शन है उसका करीबन 40 से 45% एक्सपोर्ट होता है, और इंडिया फेरोलाइज इंडस्ट्री में वर्ल्ड में एक अच्छे प्लेयर में गिनती आती है। हमारे यहाँ 2-3 असुविधाएं हैं, जैसे हम लोगों को मैंगनीज और इंपोर्ट करनी पड़ती है। पावर बिजली की रेट हमारे यहाँ इंडिया में 5 रुपए से 7 रुपए की रेट है यूनिट की, जो स्टेट टू स्टेट पे। कुछ जो बड़े माइंस ओनर्स हैं जो मैंगनीज और के वर्ल्ड के जाइंट हैं, उन्होंने मलेशिया में प्लांट लगाया हुआ है, वहाँ पे बिजली की रेट 2 रुपए है। प्लस उसके बाद क्या हो रहा है सर, मलेशिया से जो हमारा फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट है उसमें 0 ड्यूटी पे माल इंडिया में डंप हो रहा है। जो आइटम हम लोग, इसके कारण क्या हो गया, जैसे फेरो मैंगनीज है, इंडिया में लोगों ने बनाना बंद कर दिया क्योंकि वहां से फेरो मैंगनीज सस्ती आके गिर जाती है। तो जो चीज हम लोग कल तक एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, सिचुएशन आ गई कि इंपोर्ट होने के कारण एक्सपोर्ट तो बंद हो गया और डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन भी मार खा रहा है। तो हम लोगों की ये गुजारिश है कि यदि हम लोग फेरोलाइज, क्योंकि हम लोगों के मैंगनीज एलॉयज बोलिए, चाहे फेरोक्रोमोलाइज बोलिए, चाहे फेरोसिलिकॉन बोलिए, इंडिया सेल्फ सफिशिएंट है। जितनी डिमांड है उसके प्रोडक्शन के बाद भी 50% प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है। तो
प्लीज इतना लंबा क्वेश्चन मत कीजिए, बाकी को भी बोलने का चांस दीजिए।
चैप्टर 72 में जो फेरोलाइज है उसके ऊपर सेफगार्ड ड्यूटी लगा दी जानी चाहिए 20%।
चलिए, हमने इसको नोट किया है और मैं जरूर इसको
अंकित, we cannot take any more questions because we are getting
नोट कर लिए हैं और जरूर इसके बारे में मुझे
take any more questions. I apologize. Okay, I would like the moderator to continue from here.
या मंत्री जी, आप कुछ देर तक, विनती है आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए कुछ देर तक। रसिका जी हमारे अगले स्पीकर हैं। रसिका जी आप तो जानते ही हैं, इज अ वंडरफुल ह्यूमन बीइंग। मैं उनको बोलता हूँ मदर ऑफ उद्योग भवन, मदर ऑफ आवर हाउस। रसिका जी मतलब इज नॉट ओनली वेरी गुड एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, शी इज अ वंडरफुल ह्यूमन बीइंग. Those of you who have interacted with Rasika ji know how good a person she is. So I would, without spending much of time, I would request Madam Rasika Chaube to address us and again show us the policy direction forward towards meeting our challenges for the national steel policy, then also to boost our demand, which is very important. So may I request Madam Rasika Chaube to address us.
Thank you, Mr.
Additional
President.
Secretary, Ministry of Steel.
Yeah. Honorable Minister of State, Shri Fagan Singh Pulaste Sahab, Shri Vivek Gupta, President, Merchants Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Nirmalai Mukherjee, Editor and MD, Steel and Metallurgy, captains of the industry who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Steel and Metallurgy for organizing this webinar on a very, very relevant topic, challenges and opportunities which will emerge and which are there for the steel sector. And I'm very hopeful, like our Honorable Minister said, that once the webinar is over, I would expect that people can prepare a roadmap for us, wherein and the way forward, which we'll definitely work on. Though in the past, I think many people who are present here have already shared a lot of experiences and a lot of information about the challenges which are being faced. But I think since we have a large enough group available, we would be very happy if you can share that with us after the webinar is over. All of you will agree that all of us are going through a very difficult time. COVID, the pandemic is a very different situation we are facing with. And this is impacting globally everyone in India and definitely the steel sector. But also when we are meeting here, our Honorable Prime Minister, as the Minister said, is also taking a lot of action, a lot of stimulus package announcements are being made. And we are very happy that as we are talking here today, the third tranche is being announced by the Finance Minister. And Mr. Vivek Gupta had mentioned that as of now, the two tranches which were announced did not have much for the steel sector. But I would tend to differ here. If you all have heard what was announced for the migrant laborers yesterday, it talked about the affordable rental housing complexes. And it also mentioned about 70,000 crores to boost the housing sector. I mean, definitely it is going to be a boost to our users and demand, and it will impact the steel sector at large. And that is why I feel the response which we got from our various captains of the industry, whether it is Chairman SAIL or JSW or Tata Steel, all of them have given a very positive reaction to the fiscal stimulus package of 20 lakh crores which have been announced. And there are more tranches to be announced, and we are very hopeful that the requests and the demands which you people had made to us, which we had forwarded to the Finance Ministry, would be taken care of. And we are very hopeful about that. Now, as far as Ministry of Steel is concerned, let me share with you that we have been really very concerned about the situation which is going around. And we have been watching with concern the industrial activities which have come down substantially, because of which, and you know, all of you are aware, power consumption came down by 26%. The manufacturing purchase managers index was for India came down below 50. In fact, it was a 3.5% reduction over and above what was there in January. Then even the logistic and trade activities have seen a decline, and Ministry of Steel has been quite alive and watching it and trying to take as much action, because this is one area which really impacts the steel sector. Railway freight traffic, 14% down, then exports down by 35%. All of this is, I mean, we are aware of it and we have taken note of it. Demand, which all of you mentioned, one I think which was brought out by one of the speakers just now, who mentioned that demand is a major concern. Yes, auto sales have come down 35 to 85%. Finished steel has come down by 22%. Demand for cement has come down by 25%. All of this poses a very grim picture as of now. But as the SAIL chairman said, the steel sector is a very, very, which rebounds very well and responds to as and when the situation comes. And we are very sure with the kind of intervention we are seeking, which you people are suggesting, and which you people will suggest now, we should be able to overcome the difficulties which we are facing. Now, as was mentioned by the Honorable Minister, our Minister of Steel, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, has regularly been interacting with various people, various industries, whether it is the miners, whether it is the integrated steel plants, whether it is the secondary steel players, whether it's the pellet manufacturers. I think we have been in touch with every person in the value chain. And like after collating all the information which came from everyone, and after seeing the kind of status SAIL is, I mean, especially we have been monitoring SAIL, their production in the various plants down by 50% and 3 lakh inventory. So after keeping all this in mind, we have worked out and divided the challenges which are being faced by the steel sector into 6 buckets. Now, the first is the regulatory issue related bucket. Second is raw material related, then logistic related, working capital related, demand generation related, and last trade related. So I will not touch on all of them in detail, but yes, I will just touch a few to give you the sense of what we have been sending to various ministries, especially Finance Ministry, Commerce, Shipping, Railways. So as far as the regulatory issues are concerned, we have been talking with the mines and other, with other ministries about extension in the validity of licenses, approvals, the NOCs, especially consent to operate, consent to execute, and EC, mining plan, so that if it could get an extension for another 6 months, which will help out all our stakeholders. And then about the potential challenges in the clearances bottleneck which we face, our stakeholders face. So these are some of the issues we have taken up. As far as raw material security is concerned, there are 2 things, I mean, which are coming to my mind. One is the upfront payment, which the miners, the recently auctioned mines, these people will have to pay. We have requested that if it could be, deferred for some time for payments like stamp duty and other payments. So that could help out our stakeholders, and also extension in cutoff date for executing the statutory requirements. So these are the few things we have considered for and taken up for raw material security. As far as logistic is concerned and the supply chain, we have taken up the matter both with railways, with the road transport, and with the ports. Now, railway, one thing which we have taken up is if instead of advance payment, they could consider some kind of a change in payment term and give a credit, some period of credit for people of using rails. As far as roads is concerned, we had asked for this extension of validity of the e-way bill, I think, which has already been agreed to. And as far as ports are concerned, we have requested for penalty waiver of late filing of bill of entry, then similarly relaxation and waiver of port charges, handling charges, wharfage, etc. So these are something which we have taken on the logistic and supply chain front. As regard liquidity, which is one area which is really a matter of concern for our secondary steel players, because for them labor and working capital is a prime concern. So we have taken up all these issues with the Ministry of Finance. Now, one is regarding relaxation of NPA norms. We have also taken this with corporate affairs. Then additional working capital and term loans at concessional rates. Now, grace period on interest payment on all loans, including non-convertible debentures, etc. And the long-term repo operation scheme. Now, this scheme, despite being in place, has not really helped the steel sector, because despite 3 auctions which have been done by the Reserve Bank of India of approximately 75,000 crore, I'm given to understand that not much has been passed to the steel sector. So this is another area which we are taking up, and we are trying to see how best we can help out the steel sector. Then there are, we have taken up the matter of deferred payments of import duty, GST, waiver of fixed charges pertaining to utilities like water, electricity, etc. So in brief, these are the matters which we have taken up. Similarly, we have also taken a few points regarding demand enhancement. One thing which we thought we should take up for sure is the national infrastructure pipeline. Now, if we can expedite implementation of the projects which come under this would lead to a lot of investment by the government, and in turn would facilitate and help the steel sector. Then all the agencies who do procurement, like the railways and especially our PSUs, if they could advance their procurement and at least make known their requirement in advance for the steel sector, the people who are manufacturing, it could help out the people in a big way. So we have requested them if they could accelerate their procurement and advance it as much as possible. GST rationalization for the consuming sectors, especially construction and automobiles, is another area which we have recommended. And lastly, coming to the trade-related matters, we have asked that the remission of duties and taxes on export products, if that could be extended to the steel and steel products at the earliest. Then we have asked for the removal of the lesser duty rule, then also strengthening of the rules relating to anti-dumping, CBD. So these are, this list is not exhaustive, but in general, you'll get a sense of that Ministry of Steel is trying to cover as much as possible to help out the sector. And we are fully aware of the challenges. And all this we have arrived at only after discussing with you all. And so after this, these announcements have been made. Now, Ministry of Steel, what we have done is that we have further divided these 6 buckets into 3 categories. Now, one category is the one in which we do not require, then which will not result in any revenue loss to the government. It would just need some kind of making ease of doing business, some modification in rules which will just facilitate business. So some of these suggestions come in that category, no revenue loss to the state. Second is the suggestions are those wherein the revenue would be deferred for some time. And the third category would be one where there would be loss to the state. So we have further divided it into 3 categories before sending, so that the government, the Ministry of Finance and the other agencies and other departments would take that into account, and it would facilitate their decision making. I mean, because funds to the government is also a matter of concern for the government, and you are aware of that. And so we have done that further. Now, after that, you will see that, as I mentioned, that some of the suggestions which we have sent already taken into account by the FM in her speech, as I said, about the housing. And there's one announcement which is going on right now, and a few more to follow. Hopeful that it should take care of the needs of the steel sector. Now, as the Chairman Sale mentioned, that despite these challenges, we are very, very hopeful that we will be able to come out of it, and Ministry of Steel stands steadily with the sector. First area which we have decided that we really need to work upon is demand generation. And I think that was mentioned by Mr. Nirmala. Now, demand generation, and we support demand generation in 2 ways. One is the traditional demand, which could have fallen short right now, and new areas for demand. Now, some of you who have been attending all the seminars and workshops and which we've been organizing, and we would like to share with you what we've done in the past and what we would continue to do. Now, keeping in mind the fact that the per capita consumption is just 50 kgs in construction and infra, we have organized a workshop along with the Japanese, their department METI, wherein we wanted to work out how exactly is it that they are using such huge quantity. I mean, Japan as of now is using 170 kgs of steel in their construction. So we wanted to understand that. So we had 3 workshops with them just to understand what is it that we are going wrong, that our consumption is less. And after holding this workshop, whereby we have arrived at certain things, we have asked Mr. Sushim Banerjee in INSDAG to see that if designs of bridges, which is coming in the way of utilizing steel, if he could design bridges which are made of steel and steel something on lines of what Japan is doing, then we could possibly request more to make it as a part of their requirement, so that it could replace RCC bridges as much as possible. So that is one kind of effort we made, and we are in touch with Japan for regular feedbacks. And we are also going to have a workshop with MORT and with Ministry of Urban Affairs to ensure that this moves further. After that, we had a workshop especially to enhance demand of the railways and the defense. Though as of now, the defense uses very limited quantity, but the fact which emerged was that whatever they require is very high value and could help the secondary steel sector, because where volumes cannot be made by ISPs, the secondary steel could pitch in. And because the demand of the defense is very consistent, and it may be less, but it is regular and consistent. So we had a workshop where we brought in the producers, we brought in the railways, the consumers together. So as a result, our stakeholders could get a lot of information which otherwise could not be available to them. We collected the long-term perspective plans from all these people and passed it on to our manufacturers. So Ministry of Steel has been trying its best to sensitize the ministries, other ministries who could possibly use steel, and we will continue with this exercise. And we would just request that the producers will have to come I mean, the manufacturers will also have to come forward and start manufacturing steel, which currently is not being done for various reasons. After that, we also had, I mean, just sharing, I have a meeting at 5 o'clock, so I'll just now cut short a little bit. So we also had a conclave where we wanted to promote manufacturing of capital goods within the country. So, and one more thing which we are doing is that we are taking up the matter with the CPWD, with BIS, so that steel intensive construction and this could become a part of the guidelines which are issued by them and their codes, which currently is missing. So this is one area which is very, very high on our priority. And we have also prepared a COS note. COS note is the Committee of Secretaries note in this regard. And we have brought the secretaries together so that the Delhi schedule of rates would have steel as a product. Then the CPWD should have steel intensive buildings or steel intensive building as a part of their construction activity. So this is, and even we are trying to promote the life cycle cost concept, which is currently not there in the government procurement rules. And we are trying to make it as far as possible mandatory in the process of procurement. And for this, we have roped in IIT Roorkee and IIT Hyderabad, who are helping us in preparing a document for this so that we can take it forward. And if this comes through, because we are aware that for steel, we may be placing a little bit of a high upfront cost, but the long-term benefits are phenomenal. So we want to make that as a mandatory procurement exercise in as far as government procurements are concerned. Now, apart from that, the other thing which I thought I will share with you is that right now our operational methodology does not talk much about digitization. Right now our operational methodology does not have much of digitization. And now that with COVID, we are kind of forced into social distancing, we are forced into not, into following various practices. Maybe all of us in steel could start thinking about digitization. We have already advised our mining company, NMDC, to start digitization of their mines. Tata's, I don't know whether somebody is there for Tata. They have already got their FMS, their fleet management system, whereby digitization is being done by them in their Noamundi mines in a big way. So just like in mines, we could also think about the Industry 4.0 and digitization and a lot of technology bringing in. And this could be one opportunity which we can take advantage of. Now, another area where the opportunity which I think is looking for export, opportunity areas for export. Ministry of Steel has come up with the steel SBRC, that is Steel Business Research Center, where we have some 8 to 10 young professionals whose only task is to work out what are our traditional areas of exports which we have lost out, or work out with the various high commission and embassies and ambassadors to find out new areas of export, which are people and which information we'll be circulating and putting on our website for the steel sector so that they could take advantage of it. And now while we are trying to promote export, we would also like to see that whatever need not be imported should not be imported if it can be manufactured domestically, for which you are already aware we have a domestically manufactured iron and steel policy, which has really helped. And as of now, we have been able to do an 18,000 crore worth of import substitution in the last 1.5 years. And we have also put in place the steel import monitoring mechanism. I think this was a demand of the industry for a very, very long time. And I think this data is extremely helpful both for the Ministry of Steel for taking policy decisions and for the industry for coming up in a big way in manufacturing what is not being done. So these are a few things which we have done in the Steel Ministry for manufacturing. As far as raw material security is concerned, now that's another area which is very close to us. We believe that since we have such an abundance of iron ore, our steel sector should get advantage of it. I mean, that should be passed on. Unfortunately, because of the logistic cost and other costs, the taxes which we have, the cost of raw material tends to become very high, especially for raw material. So this is one area we are taking up regularly. The other area is coking coal. This is more for the ISPs. Now, for this, some of you would be aware that we are trying to go in for diversification of procurement. We are finding other sources like in Australia. In Russia. We are finding some sources in Mongolia. We are also trying to ensure that we buy our mid-wall coke at the correct price and not at the price of low-wall coke. So we are also trying to develop indigenous coking coal opportunities. So all these are works which are going on in the ministry, and I just wanted to share with you. And you must be aware that Chairman SAIL has been given permission to sell 25% of his fresh fines in the open market, which normally was not given to a captive miner. And they had at least 70 million tons of fines, which were their dump fines because of various reasons in Goa mines and other places. Even that permission has been given. So we hope that this raw material security, despite the disruption which has taken place, which will take place because of the mining auction which took place in Odisha, we should be able to handle it. So other issues, you're aware, the logistic issues we are taking up, people safety issues. We are also coming up with how you should plan for your workplace planning. All of you have already done that. We're just trying to collate it and circulate to the secondary steel sector and others who possibly would not have documented it so well. Then the social distancing measures and support for the potentially affected. So basically, these are the measures which, the opportunities which we felt we should now utilize so that we can become self-reliant in terms of our whatever we manufacture and whatever is needed by us, especially the value-added steel. And we should be least dependent on raw material from outside, especially coking coal and others, and we could switch over to other technologies also if need be. So our main concern is to be, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, to be Atmanirbhar, and that is what Ministry of Steel is working at. And I hope that today's panel discussions will give us some suggestions which will be over and above what we are known to us, so that we can take them also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakhi. Thank you, Rasika ji. Thanks for a really thought-provoking speech.
Very informative.
Very, very informative. And while you were speaking, many of the panelists were sending a reminder to me, but you were so interesting, I could not even dare to ask you to, fasten up or finish early, because it was so interesting. And every topic you virtually covered: raw materials, you covered finished steel, you covered demand. So there was no issue which was, left by you. Wonderful. And it was really a thought-provoking speech for all of us. With that, I won't take time because we are already running late. I would request every speaker to stick to their time commitments. Otherwise, we won't be able to finish on time. I got a message from Mr. Pachter that he has a board meeting with Germany, its headquarters. I have a message from Mr. Sridhar Krishnamurthy. So everyone has been asking me to finish off fast without taking time. May I request Chairman SAIL to please start off. Chaudhary Saab,
yes.
Your last speech, which I heard, was very, very, very inspiring, where you spoke about our construction business, where China has done $1.7 trillion of investment in infrastructure. We are likely to see that kind of growth in our economy, and that would mean a huge boost to our consumption. With that, may I request Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman SAIL, to please start off. I've always said Anil Kumar Chaudhary is the best chairman of SAIL I've seen over my last 25 years almost that I've been in this industry.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know whatever you said, I really deserve that or not. Anyhow, I thank you for your very generous remarks about me. So, respected Phagan Singh Kulaste ji, Minister of State for Steel. Of course, Madam Rasika, I believe she has left, but my regards to her also. Our Mr. Vivek Gupta, President of the Merchant Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Nirmalai Mukherjee, with whom I have been having a very long association. Even before I took over as chairman, I used to talk to him, and I also used to listen to his very inspiring speeches. and all other dignitaries and participants. A very good evening to all of you. So thanks to Mr. Nirmala for giving me this opportunity to speak. I believe many of the things Madam Rasika has already covered in her elaborate speech. So I would be restricting myself to that what challenges we have been facing right now and how we have to respond to this problem of COVID-19. And very brief, I will talk about that what all help is required from the government. Friends, you all know that we are in a steel industry, is a cyclical industry, and we are always in a fluctuating mode. And likewise, this year 2019-20 has been quite fluctuating for us. After having a complete lull for 7 months, we started somehow doing well from the month of November. And practically every company in the steel industry did very, very well in the 3 months, that is starting with mid-November and ending with mid-February. In fact, the misfortune for the industry started as soon as we reached the mid of February, when people thought that China would start dumping the material at throwaway prices by the beginning of March, and they would buy at that time, and they started postponing their purchases. And then came the month of March, and during this period, the doom descended on the industry. And what we found that this demand almost vanished as soon as we entered the period after 20th of March. Since the countries started locking down, so it was the expectation of many of our consumers and also of our buyers that the India would also come under lockdown, and they postponed their purchases. Even many of the existing orders, they started cancelling. Many of the wagons, they getting stranded on the way. But one good thing happened during this period, that we got to know that how we should respond to this problem from the Ministry of Steel. As soon as we entered into this lockdown period on 23rd, of course, it was exact date is not 23rd, but it was very visible that we will be getting into lockdown from 25th. But 22nd, the Janta curfew was there. And on 23rd itself, the secretary to the Ministry of Steel, he took a meeting of the all steel producers, and he made it very clear that come whatever may, you have to continue with the operation. And that was a very positive statement given by him. And he acted very, very proactively. And what he did, he sent messages to the chief secretaries of government of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Gujarat, where our all major steel making facilities are located. Not only that, after that, even after that, he continued to pursue with them, and he also ensured that as and when we need him, or in whatever respect we need him, we were open to write to him, and he took up all these things very promptly with the respective state governments. Though, as you know, there is always some gap between the central writing and then following by the state government and also by the district authorities. That happened, but over a period of time, it got ironed out, and we found that movement of material, particularly the bulk material, it was very, very smooth. And at the outset, I would like to thank our Ministry of Steel for taking all those proactive steps which helped us in maintaining the production. So I can say with pride that our production did not hampered because of the non-availability of raw material, but it did get hampered because there was a complete lull in the market, and the demand completely dried up during this period. So the biggest challenge which came from COVID-19 was the drying up of the demand during the period of this lockdown. And also what we saw that when the demand is not there, it always results into piling of the inventories and also liquidity crisis. When you are not selling, you continue to incur the fixed expenses. And steel industry, as we all know, is notorious for its very high capital intensiveness and also the labor intensiveness. So the component of the fixed cost is very, very high in the steel industry. And we have to carry that fixed cost, whether it is in the form of interest or depreciation, or it is in the form of the labor cost. So as a direct consequence of this, the per ton cost of production has gone up in the steel industry all around. And you know that the manpower availability was also a problem. And during this pandemic period and lockdown period, many of the employees, they decided to stay at home. And despite giving them incentives, they decided not to join back. And also we started facing the problem of fluctuation in the prices. There has been wide fluctuation in the prices, whether it is coking coal, manganese ore, or iron ore, and for that matter, even some of the other inputs, they went beyond proportion, despite the fact their demand was not much, whether in the domestic market or in the international market. So all the challenges did come before us, but during this period, we saw a ray of hope also, and that was in the form of exports. You all know that how aggressively the steel manufacturers, they booked the export orders for the coming time. And some of them have even been able to perform all the orders in the month of April. And some of them, they are already sitting on the large orders which they intend to perform in the month of May and also June 2020. As you all know, friends, in our country, there is no dearth of the resources, but we have to see that how we can harness them to the advantage of the manufacturing sector. Whether it is iron ore mining, and for that matter, we are having good reserves of coal also, which are yet to be exploited. So given the fact that we are already having access to the good quality resources, whether it is iron ore or coal, and also going forward, we find that the liberal policies of the government, they are going to help all possible ways the steel makers. I will not go into very great details, as Madam Rasika has already explained these things in detail. So having talked about the these challenges which have been posed by the COVID-19 problem, and also the one good opportunity in the form of export, I would talk about 2 or 3 other opportunities which have come with us or come to the industry during this difficult time. And also what lessons we have learned from this COVID-19 pandemic, followed by a long lockdown of the economy. First and foremost is that the digitization is must for any industry, and that is also very important for the steel industry. When I say digitization, it is not only communicating over screen or communicating over virtual meeting room, but when I say it, it means automation also. During this period, those companies who had adopted the high degree of automation, and Madam Rasika mentioned about this automation in Tata Steel, whether in mines or in their works, it really helped them, and it also made it possible to run the facilities without having the full manpower for maintaining the production. And also the second lesson which we learned, that we can work efficiently even we have the less manpower. So it is a myth, and so I told rightly to my steel plants that they should not talk to me in future that they do not have the manpower, because they continue to perform well even during this difficult time at almost 50 to 60% capacity, and nowhere the production got hampered because of the non-availability of manpower. And the third important lesson which we learned during this period, that we should maintain our cost within our, I can say, within the optimum level, I would say, so that you are able to export if you are not able to sell in the market. You all know that the export market is very, very competitive, and you are required to compete not only with the domestic producers, but you are also required to compete with the people all over the world. And fourth and the foremost thing is, which government has also realized of late, and they are about to issue the guidelines, that the work from home is very much possible. Of course, it is not possible for all type of industries, but for some of the industries, it is very, very important. And even in steel sector, like whatever our office-related works were there, or IT-related works were there, or wherever we need to have some improvement in the systems, we started doing it from the home. So these are the lessons which we have learned during this period. And also to withstand this period or post-COVID period, we have learned certain things, or we need to do certain things which will help us in the coming time. Again, first and foremost is that we have to focus on containment and health and hygiene. And health is very important, hygiene is very important. So we need to follow all protocols, rules and regulations which have been given by the Government of India from time to time. And also we found that we should learn to manage operations with the reduced workforce. This becomes very important for us because, as I said, that steel industry is highly capital intensive, and if we are able to reduce our workforce further, the cost of production can be reduced. And I already talked about this virtualization of processes, which is important for all of us. And as far as this collaboration or having close relationship with the stakeholders is concerned, I would put that during this difficult period, those companies who stay connected or stay engaged with the customers, they were the real gainers. I can share you my experience that this was the one thing which came to our mind, and throughout this period of 2 months, about 2 months, we continued to have dialogue with our customers. Though we were not supplying them anything, but we continued connected with them, and also we tried to plan our channel partners in such a way that even immediately after lifting of the lockdown, we are able to maintain our supplies without any loss of time. And also we try to develop some other strategic sourcing platform so that whatever platforms or whatever sources are available today, if tomorrow they are not available, how we will proceed. And apart from these two important things, that is our agility and also collaboration, the third and the most important thing which we learned during this period, that we should believe in cost reduction and the cash conservation. So I always feel that the profit or loss is a notional figure and cash is a real thing. So cash conservation becomes very, very important, whether it is in the form of phasing of our capital expenditure and care and maintenance of our underperforming assets or the contract negotiations. It becomes very, very important for us. And also we should continue to assess our financial and legal exposures during this period, because there are quite a few contracts which contain the force majeure clause, and how we have to work with those force majeure clauses, that is to be analyzed and that is to be used very carefully. And also we should continue to review our capital portfolio from time to time for the purpose of restructuring. Friends, so as far as these lessons which we have learned and how we have to deal with this period, these points I have jotted down from my experience. Now it comes that how to meet these challenges in the coming time. And this time, of course, is going to be difficult because if the economy is opening after a period of 50 days and you have to start many things from the scratch, so it involves a lot of working from our side. Of course, for getting back into the business, the generation of demand, that becomes the very, very important thing. So for this generation of demand, I feel that it will be unfair to ask the government every time to come to your rescue, and it is not possible for the government that apart from this reduction in the resources, now they find that the every sector is looking for the direct stimulus out of the fiscal budget to meet the requirement of the various sectors. I believe that will not be possible. So we should ask only those things which are tenable for the government and which government can really afford to do. And whatever stimulus package has been given by the government, it is having a very positive response in the market. And I'm one person, as I said earlier, I have been working at the ground level, and today also I interacted with 60 of my branch managers all over the country. They all told me that after introduction of the stimulus package, that there has been enthusiasm in the market, and people have already thought of giving some higher price for the steel products. And this is based on our experience. And some time back, our friend Mr. Vivek Gupta, President of the Merchant Chamber of Commerce and Industry, he mentioned that there is nothing for the steel sector. And I would say, yes, there is nothing for the steel sector directly, but there are so many things which are indirectly available in the stimulus package for the steel industry. And, you know, this stimulus package is mainly meant for the MSME units. And friends, you know, MSME units today, they account for 29% of the GDP, and in the coming time, they are going to have the share to the level of 50%. And if the MSME sector prosper, automatically the many other industries, and including the steel industry, that will stand to prosper. So we have to look for overall prosperity, and we cannot say that we should be given certain direct benefits so that we can come back. And even if we demand that, government may not be able to give it. So what we should look at, that government should increase its expenditure in the infrastructure and the construction activity, which is going to be the main driver for generation of demand. And also, like the investment in the NIP, National Investment Pipeline, it has already started happening. Many of the road projects, they have already started coming up. Infrastructure projects, they are also lined up. And we have been seeing it through our field officers that they are really happy that the governments have been encouraging the infra companies to go ahead and procure the material from the steel companies. And also we can look for certain policy interventions wherever they are required. They are really going to help us. Like I always talk of that this vehicle scrapping policy should be brought out as soon as possible. And also there should be a quick review of the FTA, free trade agreements which we are having, those can be reviewed. And also the system of this safeguard and this anti-dumping measures should be further strengthened. We should talk of all these policy interventions and not for direct inflow from the fiscal budget of the government of India. That is not going to happen. And also I find that there are certain places where we can again ask for the help of the government, like monitoring of the quality standards. That becomes very, very important. That there should not be any import of defectives and secondary material in our country from abroad. Whatever we get, it should be of the best quality. And also, even I would go to the extent of requesting the government that in the interest of the steel industry, rather in the interest of the metal industry, if it is felt like there can be a complete ban on import of all materials from outside for the next 2 years. It may be against the WTO principles, but the need of the time is that we can always consider this. And this will also help us in strengthening our motto or our slogan of vocal for local. So this will also help us in that. And we also need that there should be a national metal policy which should be in synchronization with the national steel policy that can be released as soon as possible. So friend, at this stage, I would like to mention that if we look forward, lot of things are happening, lot of actions have already been taken by the government, and I'm very positive that the coming time is going to be of great consequence, or it is going to be of great help to the steel industry, not only for the steel industry, but for the metal industry as such. The demand which is going to come up in this country for steel and other metals, it is going to be immense. Just tell me who thought in the past that we will be able to get so much of demand from China. Even after having so much of production, Chinese decided to import, and they have put a huge demand of 23 million ton. Maybe it is in the form of the semis for the time being, but they have put forth this demand today in the country. So I feel that maybe immediately after this lockdown 4, which will come with a lot of relaxation in the guidelines, the demand for steel is definitely going to go up. But in the same breath, when we ask the government, I also want that industry should have the introspection and see that what we can do for increasing the growth of steel in the country. That becomes very, very important. We should also take so many things on the head of the industry, and we should move on. We must see that how we can do the efficiency improvement, or how we can do the cost reduction, so that we become more competitive and we are able to take on not only the imports, but we are able to have the large exports to the other countries who will be needing steel immediately after this lockdown period. Likewise, we can also participate in demand creation. Madam Rasika just now explained so many measures which have been taken. And now, of course, the ball is in our court also, and we should see that how we can propagate as a steel, as a product of substitution, and how fast we can produce the niche quality steel or special quality steel like auto grade electrical steel such as CRGO, and also the amorphous steel which currently is not being manufactured in the country and we are forced to import it. Likewise, in logistics and technology and upgradation, particularly in the secondary sector, lot is required to be done. So my last sentence is, friends, let us work with positivity and optimism. Like those who are spreading a word that the demand is going to get contracted in the coming time, I do not subscribe to that. Even I do not subscribe to the projections which have been given by ISA that as against a growth of 5.5%, there is going to be a contraction in steel demand to the extent of 7.7% in the coming month. everything is not lost. We have got so many opportunities, and also we are still left with the 10 months of the financial year. Whatever we have lost in last 45 days of the current financial year, we can very well retrieve it in the coming time. The only thing is we need to work together, and we need to have the determination. We need to work on certain principles, and we need to demonstrate that we can work in the given cost, and we can produce the quality steel which can be consumed in the country and which can also be exported. And with these words of optimism and positivity, I thank you all for giving me a patient listening. And thanks to Mr. Nirmala once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful, Chaudhary Sahab. You have always lived up to our expectations. I would say beyond our expectations. This is what we needed to pep up our fraternity. The steel fraternity was getting demoralized. So it was a real pep up session from, as I say, the best chairman of SAIL I have come across since the days I have been interacting with chairman of like MRR Nair. From those days till today, you are the best possible chairman. And as Chairman SAIL was mentioning, I used to interact with him when he was Director of Finance. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was Director of Finance for 6 or 7 years.
I was there for 7 years.
7 years, right. 7 years as Director of Finance. And as he said, cash is king. So our Director of Finance knows how important finance is. So since he has been through it, he knows how to keep the costs under control. Well, having said that, I was really in pains. I was really in tears in the month of August last year when I heard of a good man like Mr. Chaudhary, or anyone could harm him. It was beyond my thoughts. So I'm happy that the perpetrators have been brought to book and they have been punished. And I'm really grateful. And that day, the very next day in the morning, when Banali from Corporate Communications Calcutta posted that this has happened to our chairman, I was really in a shock. But I know the way he has fought back from there, he can fight back and bring back the industry back to loyal. Thank you so much, Chaudhary Sahab.
Thank you.
I will always keep saying that you are the best.
Thank
With
you.
having said that, thank you, Chaudhary Sahab. Having said that, may I request Mr. V.R. Sharma, another person who is a motivator. Sharma Sahab, I have been interacting with when he was in JSPL 1.0, when he was Deputy Managing Director, then when he was in Abul Khair, and also when he came back 2.0 as Managing Director. So my relationship with Sharma Sahab goes back. In fact, there was an opportunity. He introduced me to his son, and we had a chat together. So it's almost like a family relationship with Sharma Sahab. With having said that, may I request Sharma Sahab, you are also a great motivator, and quite similar to what Chaudhary Sahab said during the FICCI meeting. You almost said the same thing in your Indian Chamber of Commerce meeting. Both were very, very bullish. Both spoke about the exports. Both spoke about the opportunity to export. Both spoke about the China's $1.7 trillion investment. Similar things happening here. So with that, I leave the floor to Sharma Sahab. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, Jindal Steel and Power. Sharma Sahab, please.
Thank you very much, Nirmala ji. Thank you. My respect to Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste Sahab and Madam Rasika Chobe ji, and my greetings and my best wishes to Shri Anil Kumar Chaudhary ji. I'm thankful to all of you. You have given a very good explanation about the industry, what the industry is doing, how the industry is working. So I think I don't have anything additional to speak, but only one request to Government of India and to the steel friends, that we must try to utilize our capacities, and we must produce more than 120% of our capacity, and then only we can survive. Sales, rightly said by Chaudhary Sahab, the sales will definitely be done. There'll be a big demand, and the demand will outstrip the supplies. We have given so many examples of China. We have to go China way. Post-COVID, they declared $1.7 trillion of projects, which is eating steel day in, day night. and they are unable to meet out their construction steel requirement. And this is the reason today they are consuming pig iron, they are consuming HBI, they are consuming billets. And on the other hand, there is another large market that is Europe, because Europe was also facing a lot of problems. And you know what happened in Italy, what happened in Spain, in UK, and also in Germany. I mean, they have faced a very serious threat from this COVID-19. So many people died, and their steel industry as well as downstream industry were down. And today they are also buying in a big way. So this is something, some big opportunity which was there for Indian steel industry. I'm sure everybody has enjoyed it. We could continue our production almost full in the month of March, April, and also now in May. And hopefully in June also, we will be in a position to run at 100% capacity utilization. We are trying hard to work something beyond 100%. And this is what required today to bring the economy of this country, which is projected by IMF and by some other rating agencies to maybe less than 1% growth in GDP or sometimes zero. So I think personally, I agree with Chaudhary Saab that we have another good 10 months available, and we can make up, and the industry can make up very well. So I think the growth should be more than 5%, and the whole country is working on this. So I'm thankful to Honorable Prime Minister, who has declared 20 lakh crore of stimulus package to the country, which is about 10% of the GDP. If you compare it with the developed economies like Germany, like Italy or France or Spain, we are in the same range, because most of those countries have declared 9.5% to 10.5%, except for Japan. Japan was higher, more than 15%. So I think 10% is a very good stimulus package what the Prime Minister has given. Who has got what? I think that is not to be seen today. If our customers are happy, then we are happy. If MSMEs are happy, we'll be happy. If the projects are coming on time and the project contractors, they get their money and the bill on time, if they are paid on time, then we are happy, because ultimately there is a momentum in the industry. So we discussed in one of the meetings through FICCI with Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who declared that he has more than 450 projects on the table. And as soon as this lockdown is lifted, all these 450 projects will be put into operation, or they will be implemented. So we are waiting for all these projects to start. Then he also declared that he has a very promising project of Sagarmala, that is developing the ports from Haldia to west coast of India up to Kandla, so that more number of ports do come and India becomes self-reliant in terms of mobility. So this is also a very good declaration by Minister. I'm also thankful to Honorable Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, who told that Indian Railway will definitely be consuming more and more steel, and Indian Railway will do whatever best can be done for the steel industry. They are already doing good. Then in one of the meeting, the State Minister for Shipping and Ports, he also supported us, and through PSD, where Mr. Anil Chaudhary is the chairman. So he, the Minister for Ports, he also gave full support to the steel industry, though nowadays there is a congestion at the port, because most of our peer group, including all steel mills and some of the other industry, they are exporting quite a lot. So this congestion, I think we request to the government to look into this congestion, and wherever the restrictions are there, those restrictions should be debottlenecked. and we should be in a position to export as much as possible in the interest of nation and in the interest of overall industry. As far as demand from the domestic industry is concerned, we are now seeing that automobile is coming up slowly, gradually, and the projects are coming up. The shipbuilding industry is coming up once again, and with all these industries coming up, the demand will increase. Above all, the pipe industry is coming up very fast, especially the large diameter pipes. So for water transportation, so this industry is coming fast. That means we will get a very good chance to supply steel to all of them. So jointly, India, as you know, we produce about 110 million, we export 10 million, we import 10 million, and we are at a very balanced level. But we have to reach to 130, 140, maybe 150 million. One good thing today is that the whole industry is united. Number two, the complete machinery from government offices, from Prime Minister to the Finance Minister to the Steel Minister to the Railway Minister, everyone has one thinking, and that one thinking is how to grow the country, how to combat this this virus. The virus is basically, it does not have any expiry date. So we have to start living with this virus. Unless somebody develops a virus who can eat away this virus without damaging the human being. So that, I think the time will come, but we have to start living with this virus, and we have to protect ourselves. We have to bring back the Indian culture, what it used to be, and we have forgotten in between, to maintain our hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So to maintain the hygiene, to maintain our values, and I think if we maintain the old traditional Indian culture, we can protect ourselves from this virus. As far as the threat today is concerned, I don't think that there is a threat from anywhere in the world. When we can compete Chinese in China, I think we have reached to a very matured state of doing business. So today, most of the steel mills, they are supplying to China, and also to Southeast Asia. So only one request and one desire, that we should start projects as fast as possible. Some of the states have declared that they are going to make labor reforms. We welcome that. The labor reforms are required to be done. Unless we do the labor reforms, we cannot invite startups. We cannot bring and we cannot generate more and more entrepreneurs. We have to generate more and more young entrepreneurs. If we put them into a day-to-day hustle, that means the growth will be minimized. Similarly, if Government of India is going to attract the industry which intend to come out from China or from any other part of the world, I think we have to set the stage of one table clearance, not one window clearance. Window is still a window gives again master and servant relationship. We have to give one table clearance. Window means you are keeping somebody at the window in the queue, and you are going to give some clearances. I think it should be done on one table, in true sense, one table. Labor reforms are required to be done. One table clearance is to be implemented in the country, and then we can invite people to become more and more entrepreneurial. So once we have more entrepreneurs in the country, they will definitely boost country's image. we must also request and invite the non-resident Indians to come and stay in the country and to start their business. So this is another drive, because there are a lot of high potential persons staying outside in the country, outside of India, those who can contribute to nation's growth in multifold directions and in different businesses. So I think we must invite them. So I'll not take much of your time, because most of other speakers will have to speak, and there is a question answer session also. So in last, I will tell 2-3 mantras which I feel that we have adopted and we must adopt, everybody should adopt. Number 1, the capacity utilization should be more than 100%. Number 2, we should focus on the value-added products, but we should also supply the commodity products or vanilla products. Number 3, our pricing to the domestic industry and domestic consumers should be fairly well, so that they can afford. Number 4, the labor, those who have gone back to their houses or got back to their states, they should be brought back. We should invite them. We should motivate them to come back to the cities or to the metro cities or to the sites or to the industry, wherever they are working. We should not encourage the movement of people now from industry to villages. That we should stop, and we should request to government to please increase the moratorium time up to 30th of September, or if required up to 31st of December. So whatever moratorium government has given, that moratorium should be extended up to 30th of September at least, so that the steel industry, which has not got directly benefits, they will at least be little relaxed in paying out which is required to be paid. In last, the auto industry GST is still at 28%. I recommend that it should not be more than 12%. The moment it is less, then there will be more sale of automotives in the country, and as a whole, the country will gain. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharma Sahab. Once again, very thought-provoking, very inspiring. Let me just put on record what JSPL has done. With a growth of 109% in export sales during this pandemic, during the month of April, JSPL exported 248,000 tons. And I'm carrying a small, I don't know if you can read it, but this is Sharma Sahab's observation of JSPL's performance during this period. A good order book of almost 500,000 tons for exports. He says our operations are better than other steel mills. We'll be delivering very high value added products to Kolkata Railways. COVID has not hit our production. We will produce 550,000 tons in April. This is what Mr. V. S. Sharma says. So there lies the motivator who's inspiring us, who's given direction to the industry, like Chairman Sale, which says we will have to boost our exports. And I'm sure JSPL, SAIL, Tata Steel, all the majors, JSW is also a very aggressive steel producer. So all of them will go forward and push for exports at this time when there is a significant drop in domestic demand. Having said that, I would now move to another person who's very close to my heart. I call him my Dada, Jayanta, who's Mr. Jayant Acharya is the Director Commercial Marketing and Strategy of JSW Steel. When obviously you are in bad times, there are people who have helped you a lot. He's one of the few persons in this world who has helped me during my worst of times. So I cannot forget what Mr. Jayant Acharya has done. So may I request Mr. Acharya, believe me, for the M&As, for the mergers and acquisitions, especially the steel plant in Italy and all that, it was Mr. Jayant Acharya who took the lead. And Sajanji has a lot of faith in Mr. Acharya, and Sajanji is another person who is very aggressive. He told me one day that our DNA is very aggressive. So with that, may I request Mr. Jayant Acharya to take over.
So very good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Absolutely.
Okay. So thank you very much, Nirmala. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you, and always inspired by the kind of enthusiasm and energy you bring to every webinar, every seminar which you undertake. I think while Madam Rasika Chaubey has carried on for another meeting, but I think she encompassed most of the issues which the steel industry is facing and the action plan which the government has taken. I would like to also place on record that the steps taken by the government in terms of the support to the MSME, which was announced yesterday, is very good. I think the MSME, which accounts, as Anilji rightly said, for 29% of the GDP, it accounts for 45% of the manufacturing of India, and in excess of 40% of exports. By trying to get liquidity injection into MSME, paying their dues on time, I think we are doing a very big step in trying to get manufacturing back, and that therefore that would support directly the Indian economic activity and therefore steel. The MSME, along with the NBFC, the support to the NBFC to get that revived, I think is a very important combination. And I think it's a commendable step the government has taken, among many of the other things they have announced. While on the subject of, I think I would not like to repeat what the other speakers have already covered, but I think just to reflect back that last year was a very tough year, and we had a slow economic growth on the back of various trade actions which were taken by US and China, and counter trade actions which were done by many countries across the world. And it basically heightened the risk perception, reduced the investments globally. So therefore, we saw a drop in the economic growth last year. And this year we got hit by COVID-19 from January 19, and I think all of us know what has happened. And the outlook for this year in the world is subdued. And I think India is much better placed. And while we are going through the shock naturally in the first 1 or 2 months, but I think very rightly we have taken the steps at the right time for a national lockdown to avoid the spread of this virus in the country. India continues to be the third largest economy if you look at it from a purchasing power parity basis, and with a very large demographic advantage and a rising middle class. I think India is very well placed to be a consuming country. Let's forget this 2-3 months, which difficulties will be there in India as well. But I think we are better placed to come out of this issue vis-a-vis many other parts of the world. The another big opportunity I think which I see in India today is that many of the supply chains globally, people will look at broad basing, and India is well placed to take advantage of that opportunity. We should make our reforms in such a way that we are able to attract foreign investment and encourage Make in India. So this self-reliant India for manufacturing and creating a global hub for manufactured goods, I think this is a wonderful opportunity which has come today. We are importing almost close to $110 billion of engineering goods every year. If we are able to convert this opportunity to manufacture in India, you can imagine how much of demand and economic activity that will create in India. I think generally, while I think other speakers have covered most of the points, I would like to highlight the key initiatives I think which we need to take this year, and as a country and as a company. There is a huge opportunity if you qualitatively analyze the imports in India. I think 95% of the import of steel is fully available and produced in India. So therefore, there is a very good opportunity to replace 95% of our 7-8 million tons of imports which happen every year. I think appropriate policy support and trade measures will enable us to localize this. And as the Prime Minister rightly said, let's go local. And I think this is a big opportunity to replace 95% of the import. we request the government for appropriate policy support to see that this can be actualized in this year. The second, I think, very important factor is exports. And as Mr. Chaudhary and B.R. Sharma ji rightly said, I think there are many countries which are importing countries today, and there is a supply disruption across the world, which has happened because of this pandemic. And I see that for some time, there will be many marginal steel players with marginal costings, which will be under strain. And therefore, India will have a big opportunity to meet the demand of many of these importing countries. So therefore, export of steel and export of engineered products from India should be our priority. And I think the government needs to support export of steel through two initiatives. One is that the refund of non-convertible taxes and duties which we incur should be fast-tracked, and I think a scheme should come out very quickly to see that this is refunded for all exports. And the export incentive, at least for this particular year, should be enhanced by at least 3%, so that we are able to tide over these challenges which the industry is facing. The third one, as I alluded to earlier, was the engineering good imports, which is happening into the country, and this is the right opportunity to make in India. Whatever can be made locally should be encouraged, and we should see that those industries which have that product possible in India, we should go local, manufacture in India, and supply the products from India globally. The other point is front-loading of the national infrastructure pipeline. I think Rasika Chaubey covered that in her speech. But out of the 19.5 lakh crore which the government has earmarked, it is important that we front-load that expenditure, because construction and infrastructure draws a lot of economic activity in terms of employment, in terms of down the line supply chain impact. And therefore, I think it's very critical that this is front-loaded. We all understand that private investment will take some time. So therefore, this is very critical to increase the demand in the country. And as we grow into, to become more competitive, I think all of us are going to focus on more and more in terms of our cost controls. What is it that we can do to control our own costs and digitize and automate more, as we have discussed. Automation and digitization, we started our journey about a couple of years back, and we are in an advanced stage of automation. So many of the things which we required manpower in more intensively, I would say today we require much less, and we carry that automation drive forward now with much more zeal, because I think today in the last 1 month or 2 months, I think we have learned a lot, that a lot of things can be done with digitization and automation. And work from home is something which has become now a reality. I think I could never imagine that the steel industry earlier could work from home. But that's something which we have learned during this 45-50 days. And I think we continue to work from home, at least for part of our employee strength. I see that as a very real kind of a change which will come now. And more people will try to increase productivity by doing that. I think there will be a lot of saving of time, energy, and cost in terms of infrastructure which can be leveraged through this move. So these are my basic points. I think I would like to not take much more time of everybody, and I wish Nirmala and the seminar all the best. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dada. Thanks once again for showing us the path forward. And I also believe that no one uses as much as IT as the steel industry does. In fact, the more and more automation, Industry 4.0 that we are going forward to, I think Sobhusachida will also cover a little bit on that aspect and how it happens in US, and what is the state of affairs here in our plants in India. So with that, thank you, Jayanta, once again, and please continue to guide us as you have always done. With that, may I now move to Ravi, my good friend. Ravi, are you there? Ravi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, yes. Ravi, please go ahead. Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO of from Bahrain. Ravi, just add a few sentences about your production facilities in all your plants. Just
Sure. Can
a few
you start?
sentences, and then you can go.
Can you also ask Pradipta to set up the presentation? I'll try to cover.
Yeah,
in
that my son Ankit is doing in Germany.
Yes, I will.
Ankita, are you ready with Ravi's presentation?
Will it be possible for you to share your screen, or do you have that, or else I will share mine?
You do this. You share your screen, no problem.
Okay, perfect.
Only thing is, time and again you keep shifting so that we can get a look at Ravi. Otherwise, it will be only the screen. I want to see Ravi also at times.
Right.
Good evening.
We last met in December.
Yes, yes.
In Dubai. Yeah.
Very fond memories.
Yeah.
So, good evening, everyone in India. I'm of course this afternoon over here in Bahrain, and I want to thank Nirmalya for this opportunity to share my thoughts. It will be more of an outside-in perspective. I've spent time with Steel Authority, Tatas, and SR in India. And in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia over here in GCC, we run a 1.7 million ton plant of DRI with melt shop and heavy and light medium structural mill. It's a kind of a quasi-government plant, and it is rated as the third largest in the GCC. We basically use iron ore from Anglo, and that is how we run the operations. We do about 80% sale in GCC and 20% globally, right from Canada to Korea. So having said that, with a little bit of introduction, yes, I agree that the first quarter was not so bad. I would say that it was very heartening to see we actually did the highest ever production sales in Q1 in our history. So it would be wrong to say that Q1 was a tough quarter. A lot of proportion of sales, of course, did shift to exports. But I think the situation is now getting a little more difficult for the steel plants because the pipeline gets a little more tighter. However, for this particular webinar, I think every global recession creates a reset. And I feel that in this particular case, it may really create, and it always creates new leaders. And this particular recession that we are seeing could very well catapult India into a place where it was always deserved to be. But unfortunately, it never reached there. So I will not talk so much about the difficulties of the primary steel producers in India, because you've already covered a lot of that. But I'll more look at what are the possible opportunities coming forward. Yes, there are difficulties for the primary steel sector, but generally it is well believed that by the end of December, we should be seeing back to normal demand growth in India. And yes, I also agree that this is not a time for profits, it's more for cash profitability to keep running the operation. It's a bad time, so don't look at profit, but look at cash. Having said that, what we have to agree is the virus is here to stay and it's not going away. It's going to keep coming back. If it's a natural virus, it is going to be part of our life from now onwards. The problems are not so much on the supply side or the steel industry. They're more on the demand side. And that's very important to really focus on. All of us can increase our production by another 20%. And that is normally the capacity available. What is good thing that may happen and what is also seen in China is the retaliatory demand. It's a new word which I learned only in the last one quarter. And that really can make a big difference and help in the steel industry ramping up quickly before by Q4. The reality is if the virus is here, we will also have physical distancing. And if we have physical distancing, there are some opportunities which steel industry needs to look at. One would be we need to embrace non-contact order acquisition channels. It could be electronic data management systems for strategic customers and e-commerce for more direct MSME kind of retail or retailing. The steel industry is blessed with a very good 80-20 kind of a ratio of large to small customers, and therefore it's very easy to really put in an EDMS control with them. Also, on the appliances side, I think non-contact intelligent appliances are going to be in demand. India is not very strong in that till now, whereas in China, almost every house has a washing machine, vacuum cleaners, etc. I think that is something we should see in India also. If we have an autonomous car, I think that would be a big positive thing. All of us would probably get rid of drivers and go for autonomous cars as part of maintaining health. Two-wheelers should jump over public transport, again for the same reason. I was very happy to see Rasika Madam talking about the growth of a House for Everybody mission, and the previous one. Yeah, because I believe that is a very natural progress for the government to come in with a house for everybody. And although such rehabilitation projects are best suited for steel housing, unfortunately in the past, due to the poor subsidy per ton or per square feet, it has not shifted to steel. If there's an improvement on that, steel could really get a huge boost for fast rehabilitation construction projects. There will be a move away from labor-intensive construction, and that could lead to major shift in the construction technology, not just for, and that would bring in steel-intensive buildings in the country. I'm also very sanguine. If you read the last 1 quarter kind of a scenario, you will find that you will find
Ravi, we don't mind if you take the call.
No, it's not.
We don't mind if you take the call.
Not a call. It is just the 7 minutes is over. It was a timer. My 7 minutes are over. In India, if you see the last few years, there's been an upsurge in achievement, aspiration, about being Indian, about assertive resurgence is sweeping India. And normally this kind of resurgence translates into urban infrastructure, which is also very achievement oriented, which awes the citizens. And steel is the best construction material to create those kind of urban infrastructure, which can give a lot of energy to the citizens of the country. And I think the time for that has come. Amrit, next one. The second, Amrit, next, Ankit, next. Yeah, the second aspect of this post-COVID demand scenario is that India needs to look at exports. We cannot remain tied down to what is happening in our own country. We have to keep in mind China does export about 150 million tons, direct and indirect. So actually it's exports, if it was a country, would be the second largest steel producer in the world. For that, I will believe it is high time that India starts looking at some kind of a cluster approach to around its steel mills, led more by the steel mills. And here I would say think MITI of Japan, think Chobos of Korea. Those are the ones which really drove the industrialization of Japan and Korea. And India needs that kind of a cooperative structure where the brains of the steel industry can drive the overall MSME in the right direction. There's also a requirement that our products need to get upgraded to the international level. And it's a good fortune that the world today is looking for a very different quality of products than what it has seen in the past. They're not looking for mechanical and electrical products. They're looking for networked and intelligent products. And with our IT prowess, it is possible to build that very, very well into our machines, into our products, and take a leap ahead of the rest of the world. Maybe this will require a little bit of government push, but it's a very important opportunity coming forward. Indian machines are rated high. I've seen it both in Africa, GCC. Indian machines are rated quite well. Even in the US, they rate Indian machines well. but the cost generally is a little higher, which is what dissuades people from buying Indian equipment. I think if we have production for the world, the productivity will go up, and that will help a lot in reducing our cost also. Labor reforms are, of course, welcome. I think it's high time that for a country which wants to be in the top 3 developed countries of the world, we need to really push our heavy goods manufacturing, and that really becomes a global differentiator. So that's an area, there was some push in that in the beginning during the Nehruvian era, but I think we need to come back and step that up again. Food will be a major focused area going forward. People already talk of water wars. India would probably be the food basket for the GCC and a lot of other places in the world. So food processing and cold chains, which require a lot of stainless steel and air conditioning ducts, etc., would probably be a good consumption area. And it's a huge development area for the country where 25% of the fresh food and vegetables are lost. Last slide. The third point that I wanted to make is when I think about India from distance, I find that we have been hampered by small thinking. By small thinking, what I mean is we think more about the country. We think only about India. We are more restricted when you look at demand projections, etc. What kind of plant to put, we look at what is the domestic demand. I think that needs to change with this COVID-19. We need to think big, and I just coined this word, think Ambani, think Arcelor. Think of the world demand, because you are in a sweet spot where from India, you can definitely control the entire Africa, GCC, and part of the SAARC region, which we are not. So that's something that I think needs to change. If we have very poor fabrication facilities in the country, fabricate for the world. I still remember we were bidding for the signature bridge in Delhi, which is supposed to be a very good, it's an expression of Delhi, and the bridge was made by China because they could. The signature bridge is not made by Indians; it's made by Chinese. I believe the alloy steel plant of Steel Authority was a fantastic plant, but every ISP plant should actually have an engineering steels division, because it is the engineering steels, the high alloy steels, which will really make the difference in Indian products versus others, and will differentiate the Indian brand's functionality from other countries. And that's where really the cutting edge comes in. And they're small investments. We already have the brains in the ISPs. We need to leverage them. Build ancillaries for global scale, not just for the Indian scale. And ISPs for the regional scale of GCCs, Africa, Southeast Asia. No, don't look at only India, look at a little broader. It's an Indian opportunity. It's an opportunity for India to drive the green economy. Prime Minister Modi has always talked about the solar alliance. It's an opportunity for India to really go ahead in that direction. Renewables, factory farming, etc. I think there are a lot of good opportunities coming out of this COVID-19. We will have to take them with both our hands. I can only add to what Mr. Anil Chaudhary from SAIL said, but in a little different way. Long ago it was said, ask not what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. I think that's what will make the difference for India in this post-COVID-19 era. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think we have a question from the audience.
Ankit, just take one or two questions. One, not more.
We can only take one question, yes. So Suparna Singh, if you have a question, you can now unmute your mic and ask the question.
Please ask Suparna to identify herself.
Yeah. I think she is not able to connect, maybe.
Okay. Any of the panelists, do they have any question to Ravi? Any panelist has a question to Ravi or the scenario in Middle East?
Ravi, great thoughts. Both of us work together. I must appreciate good thoughts.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Okay, we have a question from Mr. Hemant Khanna. Mr. Hemant Khanna, would you please identify yourself and ask your question?
Is he audible?
No,
Not audible.
he's not audible.
Not
Okay,
audible.
just dropped out, I think.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
you can continue on.
Okay. So now we need to extend the meeting for quite some time more, because I think we are going to extend till 7 o'clock at least. So may I now request, Ravi, thank you so much, by the way, and you did not extend it beyond 8 minutes or so. I mean, 7 plus 1.5. That's fine.
Thank you.
But at the same time, you know, I didn't want to stop anyone because it's impolite. And everyone was so interesting, I didn't want to cut them short. So that's why perhaps we got extended a little bit, because we started on time. Well, having said that, thank you, Ravi. Once again, you know, I always feel that people who are outside India are the most patriotic and the most nationalist that we have around. So that way, thanks, Ravi. You really contributed a lot. And I always love listening to you. And it was really one more occasion which COVID gave us. Otherwise, I wouldn't get a chance to hear you in a brief gap of less than a week twice. Thank you, Ravi, once again. So now we have one gentleman who woke up 4:30 in the morning, because in Arkansas, USA, is what 4:30 when he got up, and 5:30 Arkansas time we started. So we have kept him long enough. Shobho Sachida, please go ahead and please give us a little bit of the US scenario during the lockdown, because I know in US it was not a complete lockdown at all. Though in India also we had the furnaces going, but there was no demand. So Subhashachida, if you are ready, please go ahead. Mr. Sabhachachi Bandyopadhyay is the Chief Technology Officer of Big River Steel. And unfortunately, Managing Director of SMS is not here because it's a complete SMS plant. And I think Mr. Bandyopadhyay would be able to highlight more a little bit about Big River and move on to what he has to share with us. Dada, are you there?
Yes, Nirmalya, thank you very much. Good evening once again to all panelists, all attendees, and good afternoon to those people in Middle East and in Germany. And I don't know whether anybody is there from US. Good morning to them. But wherever you are, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and yet to say good night. But we can always say good day. Nirmalya,
Ankit, I can't see Sabhasachi's video. Can you put on Sabhasachi?
Is it okay now?
well, yes, I'm there full face. So Nirmalya, first of all, you know, I must give you accolades for taking on the crusade continuously. You are absolutely everything. Persistent is the word with you. And I congratulate you on arranging this. And I also thank and feel honored that you have invited me to be part of this, you know, visionary audience and the visionary panelists that are there. I can certainly talk about the perspectives that I am getting from the speakers earlier on. Ravi actually laid a good foundation for me. He almost finished his speech with a reference to something that's very close to my heart, that is Alloy Steels plant. And I was born in the steel industry with Alloy Steels plant. And I learned everything about steel in that place for 13 years. I used to be a melter in the electric arc furnace and have worked in every single area of the steel melting shop and continuous caster. And that's where I learned steel making. I didn't know anything about steel making when I was doing my bachelor's in metallurgy. So don't get me wrong that I came to the industry knowing everything about steel, like many others. I think I should mention also that where I am today, from where I was, I used to write manual logs. I used to handle the panel the joysticks manually, control the furnace melting manually. To where I am today is I am sitting here remote for the last almost 60 days and making the plant function. Obviously, we have our people, but every single software, every single automation, every single digitalization is happening completely with remote control. To tell you just for a fact, we are a 1.65 million ton steel producing company going into the phase 2 expansion as we speak, with another 1.65 million ton capacity being added. And we are operating that 1.65 million ton capacity with less than 550 people. And for the last 60 days, about 30%, close to 35% of our workforce are working from remote. So you can imagine how the focus is in terms of the new normal that's coming into place. I would also like to start saying that I have few slides. I would go there. I know 7 minutes is a challenge, and I know that Nirmali is not impolite, so he would let me go the longer distance. I wanted to end within 7 minutes. But I would like to start saying, and hopefully everybody can start seeing my slides. Give me 1 second.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. So, my talk is New Normal Steely Way, but I would not like to forget which is the essential normal, which is safety always shows the way. And even in this situation, under this situation, the importance, the pioneering significance of safety, which has been demonstrated in their lectures by earlier speakers, it is immensely significant, and we must pay attention to safety all around us, with people around us, with people not around us. I was pleasantly pleased to hear earlier speakers talking about digitalization and the need for focus on digitalization. For me, the new normal is focus on digitalization. Where I am today, we have a lot of focus on digitalization. In fact, I am leading the entire digitalization effort within Big River Steel with focus on AI and machine learning principles. For me, there are 5 aspects that I would like to touch base upon. From risk management to risk leadership, from experience-based decisions or speculations to data-driven decision-making, from innovative products to innovative solutions, from natural variation to repeatability and reproducibility, and from business growth to business sustainability. Many of the speakers actually have touched upon these aspects as well in their talk, so I would like to stay as quickly as possible, as brief as possible. Let's talk about the risk leadership. I want to give a practical example to people, and many within the audience may be able to connect to it. So we have a defect in steel called longitudinal crack. And we know about longitudinal crack after the fact in most of the cases. So today, our focus remains risk management by either conditioning the slab or inspecting the slab or having a surface inspection system or scarfing the slab. What I would like to focus on, and what we are focusing on, is to understand the mechanism of the longitudinal crack which happens inside the mold, capture that event, and trigger a change to be brought in within the process so that longitudinal crack can be avoided. So this is called prognostication, or futuristic thoughts, futuristic actions that would eliminate the risk, not manage the risk. Data-driven decision making. I think it's very normal to people. I mean, it's now becoming more and more normal. So, but still, I think the focus is it needs to be widened, needs to be broadened, and as we know, data drives information, information drives knowledge, and knowledge drives wisdom. So anywhere we can reduce the human intervention for simple things like we are emotionally driven, all human beings. So our decisions can can be guided by an India-Pakistan cricket match, the outcome of that, or even no outcome of that. So very simple emotional situations can drive our actions, and there could be bias. So we should be precise, not biased. Innovative solutions, I will give you a specific solution that we can think about staying in US. I mean, there have been a lot of innovative solutions that have been spoken about within India, but I'm bringing up a subject which probably a lot of people are still in India. A little bit, the EAF steelmaking in United States is about 65 to 70%. We are at Big River Steel, we're an electric arc furnace steelmaker with scrap as our major input. So when we purchase scrap, we purchase it on the basis of an index called American Metal Market. When we still sell steel, on the other hand, we sell steel on the basis of an index called CRU. This is the standard case overall in the United States. The steel consumers are in fact the scrap generators. So when they buy steel, they buy off CRU, they sell scrap off MM. Now think about two different solutions that can be approached to resolve this issue, because there is variation between the two indices, even though they probably have some similarity in the trending of their rise and fall. So two things can be done. One, either you buy and sell off the same index. So typically speaking, you are hedged. Or second, you become a scrap to steel closed loop operation. So the steel makers become the conversion agents for the scrap generators, and the scrap generators becomes the steel consumers for those steel producers. Fourth point on repeatability and reproducibility. We are working on a unique situation. So a lot of people who are on the audience and can relate to this, we have certain steel attributes that we have to adhere to when we supply the steel. So I'm taking a case of a steel coil. The steel coil also demands a specific property. And how many tests do we perform? We perform at the most maybe one, and max of maybe 2 or 3 tests, physical tests, out of a piece of a sample out of the entire coil, which could be 20 ton. And we declare that as representative of the coil. Are we sure? I don't think so. Do we have idea about every corner, every piece of the steel, what it is representative of? No. So, but the specification is made with a minimum and a maximum. Why so? Because there are natural tolerances that are given within that range. So if you hit within the middle of the range, then it is known to be that you will be staying within that window of the maximum and minimum tolerances through the entire body of the steel. But even then, we don't know it. We have not everyone, we test every single piece of every single coil. So naturally, what we are looking at is called biometric. We want to produce a coil with a complete understanding of every piece, so every point within the steel, how the property can be predicted. And this is possible through data science. In essence, what will happen, the customer would get a product by which they will know how to adjust their die or their stamping machine. So they will have a better confidence of handling our steel and also get higher life out of their dies and stamping machines. Finally, I think this has been talked about a lot. Business sustainability, certainly this is not the time for capacity growth, but certainly the focus needs to be asset utilization. I think people have touched base on governmental support, institutional support, introduction of value-added products, and maintaining the portfolio and increasing the portfolio through exports, reducing imports, and so on and so forth. Finally, and not the least, for me, this is the most important thing, because with working from remote, I think it has got also an attractive situation for the youth generation, the younger generation. They're very technology savvy, they're very gadget savvy, and they can do smart work. So our focus, we have understood that instead of hard work, which used to be the motto of steel industry, the steel leaders, is smart work. And so with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I will be open to questions, if any, at any point of time. Thank you so much, Nirmala. I couldn't give you my full face all the time.
Yeah, not a problem. It was very attractive, and I'm sure. I think I told you, Sabusajita, if you remember, when initially I requested you to talk about Industry 4.0 and how automated our steel industry could be, and how data science could improve, because it's a subject very close to my heart. As a father, my son, I would like to see my son's face once. Ankit, can you show your face once?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sure you must be having.
Absolutely.
A couple of questions for Sabyasachi uncle.
Because data, as rightly said by him, data-driven decision making is the way of the future. And today, the amount of data being produced every single day is massive, and we don't have enough people to actually analyze and get information from that data. So we need more and more people to understand and to put more focus in data-driven decision making, and I think we can be much more productive with that.
Ankit, you are absolutely right. Ankit,
what is your question to Sabyasachi uncle?
I got his question. I think I got his question. Ankit, you are absolutely right. So the focus needs to be on data processing and data understanding. Absolutely. So there is a very simple definition called DMIC: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. This is very fundamental, but how we can apply that in our principles, in our life. So we must define what we want to achieve. We must measure what we want to achieve. We must analyze those information that we are getting from measurement, and then we can define the rules around improvement, and finally put a control. Up to the part of DMAI, it's human.
Right.
The moment the point C comes in, it's machine. So that means when you are thinking in a very logical fashion, capture those thoughts, put those thoughts in, put those algorithms in a structured fashion, and put the data in front of the people to analyze and get to a controlled situation. And that's what will drive persistent repetition and repeatability, uniformity all the time, every time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. We have a couple of questions for you from the audience.
Sure.
Mr. Anjan Banerjee would like to ask a question.
Absolutely. Hello, Mr. Anjan Banerjee.
Mr. Banerjee, if you can please ask your question.
Have you unmuted him?
Yes, I have. I think there is some issue with the... if you are not able to use your microphone, Mr. Banerjee, you can type your question in the message and I will convey it to him.
Yeah, I will be able to see the chat message. I'm looking at it because, in fact, that's what I'm doing. Instead of doing the Q&A, if you put the question on the webinar chat, I can.
Yeah, that would be easy.
Is there?
Yeah, he has raised the hand. I can see him.
He has raised the hand. I've unmuted him as well.
Yes, he's unmuted too. I can see that.
Meanwhile,
Maybe
if anyone else would like to ask a question.
Anyone, any of the panelists who would like to ask a question?
Anyone from the audience?
There is a question from Mr. Nirmal Saraf. I don't know what his query is. There is a constant clamor for increasing protection for the steel industry. A study of the figures would reveal EBITDA per metric ton is much higher than EBITDA of ArcelorMittal. Can the downstream industry ever export value-added products in the competitive international market? I believe so, Mr. Saraf, if that's your question. Absolutely. I think there are immense potential within India for increasing value-added grades, and those can become, there can be consumer nations around India. You don't have to even go to Europe. You don't have to even go to United States, because I think all those countries would try to do the same. But around Middle East, around your geographic region in the Southeast Asia, India can become the leader in exporting such value-added products. I think India is right now a little bit on the importing side for the value-added products, but I think that's the kind of tide needs to be turned around.
May I add here, India is also a great exporter of value-added products to Europe and other places, and I would be talking about it during my statement.
Thanks, Sridhar.
May I ask a question?
Please identify. Sure. Yeah, Mr. Panwar is the Managing Director of Danelli India Subochajida.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Panwar.
Hey, no, I didn't ask a question, by the way.
So, myself, Samir, and I would ask question to Mr. Sabaichi.
Yes, Samir.
Yeah, Mr. Sabaichi, I have the question because what we learned from the that the Big River Steel is one of the best company which have the adopt the digitalization system. So how you see the situation with the COVID-19? How much extent the benefit you got with the digitalization with the Big River Steel?
So we are the world leaders right now in terms of productivity per person. We are in terms of our productivity, it's in excess of 3,000 tons per person that we have. There has not been any impact on our productivity with COVID-19. We took responses, we took actions very early in the stage, and we put 30% of our workforce working from remote. We arranged for their work to be smooth and made sure that every participation is happening. I can assure you that we have used Zoom, teleconferencing and video conferencing more than probably ever done within the history of Big River Steel. We have remote access to all our systems. So our automation engineers, our system engineers who are in my team, they in fact control everything through remote. I have software developers who are programming, and the pace of work has significantly improved. I mean, so much so that our CEO, Dave Stickler, is now even considering how we can, I mean, this is wonderful. We have never seen such a high efficiency of work so much in the last few years that we have been in the industry as Big River Steel. Having said that, all our production workers, they are on the front line. They are still there. They're coming to work as normal, and they're doing fine. We are maintaining professional distancing. We have taken care about sanitation, sanitization, and face masks and controls. And so we are adopting all those precautions that are provided by CDC.
Okay. Any more questions, or shall we move forward? I think with that, thank you, Dada, for
Nirmalya,
getting
thank
up.
you.
No, I should be thanking you for getting up at 4:30 in the morning. I'm sure Bodhi must be giving you a firing today.
Yeah. She
Have a great day.
She brought me the cup of coffee.
Have a great day ahead.
Thank you very much, Nirmalya, and all the best to everybody. I will stay around, and if there is any more question, I'll be happy to answer.
We'll come back to you if there are questions again in the Q&A session. Okay, so with that, let's move forward to Mr. Sridhar, who's the Executive Director and CEO of Coated Steel at ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India Limited. Sridhar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nirmalya. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thanks for giving me this chance. I'm representing Mr. Dilip Oman, who is our CEO. I'm the P&L head of the downstream business of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. And I would say when this lockdown came around March, towards the end of March, there was a lot of gloom that the domestic demand will not be there, or rather because of the lockdown and all that. However, most of the Indian mills, ours included, we started concentrating on exports, and a big chunk of our production went into exports. And that continued for hot roll coils, and basically which is the upstream products and all that. But towards the later part of April, we have found that the domestic demand picked up drastically, especially for the value-added downstream, which I represent. And this demand has come from hitherto unknown areas. Just to give you an example, I'm in Maharashtra, where we produce, AMNS's, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel's value-added products and all that. There are some interior portions like, Jalna, Jamner, which we have not necessarily associated with the steel consumption. They have all emerged in a big way. And this could be because, government has given a lot of stimulus for, today into agriculture, yesterday into, all this MSMEs and all that. And especially for construction of shelters for migrant labor. And also this is an indirect impetus which the government has given for, though not directly, but and this impetus, indirect impetus, has helped us in a big way. And trust me, all these hitherto, not so well-known places for steel consumption, they've all erupted in a big way. So we are exploiting this, and also this particular, impasse, I would say, on COVID-19 has given us new applications to exploit. For example, cold chain, cold storage, hospitals, clean rooms, especially with this COVID-19 around, antiseptic, roofs, antiseptic cladding and roofing. So this sort of new applications, which were hitherto not there, have come up. In fact, we were the first ones to supply color-coated steel for in the Kasturba Hospital in Mumbai for manufacturing COVID testing machines and all that. So there are some of the interesting uses, and also we have exported this color-coated steel for Qatar hospitals and all that. So there are a lot of interesting applications which have come about, which were not there earlier. I would say necessity is the mother of invention. And similarly, there are a number of places in Europe where we have exported all this, Poland, Bulgaria, and many other places, Italy. These are all a traditional destination, but there are non-traditional destinations also where we have exported our value-added steel. So this is a necessary, I would say, tipping point, cusp, where we have come away from our comfort zone and into new areas, new insights which have emerged thanks to this. I would say, again, necessity is the mother of invention. Then again, another necessity which has come about is digitalization, as many people have talked. In fact, I'm very enthused by the optimistic speech given by SAIL Chairman, Mr. Chaudhary, and also Mr. V.R. Sharma. And a lot of optimism. And we had never associated steel with remote, working from home, steel with digitalization, etc. But these are all reality now, and they will continue to remain. And there are also some interesting things in developing new apps and sales. So these are all some interesting things which have come about. I will not make my speech too long, but yes, it is a tipping point, and we are on the cusp of a new direction, and we'll continue with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sridhar, for completing well within your time. I know time is a constraint today, but anyway, it was good to, and I have met you a couple of times, and I was always impressed with your presentations. I had, it is a small little facility in Pune. Those of you who know about previously what was SPSL, and it was a company which was acquired by then SR and now by MNS India.
Even Uttam Galva is managed by us, and similarly many other downstream.
Okay, so Uttam Galva is on a BOT basis, or is it owned by you?
No, it's not owned by us, but we are managing it. Through conversion process and all
that. Okay, understood. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sridhar, once again, and please convey my sincere thanks to Dilip also. Dilip, I believe, had to join a meeting with London headquarters. That is why he could not join us today. And thanks to him as well. Well, with that, we'll move on to Mr. Pachter, I believe, is not here. So he had an important meeting with Dusseldorf to take care of. So both Mr. Pachter and Mr. Anil Anand are not here. We'll move forward to Mr. Panwad, Managing Director, Danelli India. And I would just like to know, is Mr. Peter Meyer there with us?
Mr. Peter Meyer had to attend to a meeting, but if he is able to join back after his meeting, then he will try to give his address later.
Okay, so let Mr. Panwadji up, please. I know you had a lot of questions for the minister, though you just got introduction to him. Unfortunately, the minister is not with us here right now. But I'm sure the recording, once it goes to the minister, we'll send the entire recording to the minister as well as to the new secretary who's coming in. I think, you know, Mr. Tripathi is joining as the new secretary steel on the 1st of June, who's right now the special secretary with DOPT. He will be the next steel secretary in India. So he will be joining on the 1st of June. We'll send it to the new steel secretary as well. So with that, Mr. Panwar, I would like to request you to address us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Good evening to everyone. Good evening to all the fellow panelists. And I wish all of you safe passage through this COVID phase. The topic is post-COVID, but I think the COVID is here to stay for some time. And we have to learn to live with the virus like all other steel companies. So far, we have been listening to the steel companies. They have faced a lot of issues. Similarly, the technology provider like us, we also faced issues to restart the operations, restart the factories. We have factory in Shri City near Chennai and in Calcutta. And unfortunately, we have not been able to start the factory in Calcutta yet. Yes, Chennai, we have started. Chennai is quite a hot zone, red zone. So we are also working from home. So in a nutshell, this COVID phase also bringing a lot of challenges. It is bringing the challenge of liquidity, challenges of manpower, and the operations are reduced to almost like 30 to 33%. So that's that. Then coming to the, before I talk about post-COVID, pre-COVID outlook for a technology company, you have heard the steel players. So from technology company, which I'm heading, Danieli in India, I can tell you that in last 4 or 5 years, pre-COVID also, life was full of challenges. There has been investments, but no real investment in any new capacity expansion or new capacity installations. The last 2 or 3 years, the industry was all in consolidation, and the money was moving from one lender to another, and no real investment for new capacities. So that is something which I actually thought that if honorable minister would be there, so I would like to address, but I'm sure you will carry my message that we are dependent on steel industry. When steel industry sneezes, we catch cold. So that's a very difficult period. Now coming to the post-COVID, I'm very actually happy to hear the comments of the big steel players, comments of Chairman Sale, that these stimulus packages are going to bring demand. That's very good to hear those from about the exports. Then these also from other, Mr. V.R. Sharma also talked about high amount of exports and export orders from China. These things really give a good feel, and I hope we can come back to the back to our targets to grow to 300 million ton by 2030, if not 2030, maybe another 4 or 5 years. But the corona, this virus has also given us some lessons in life. First is the self-dependency, which is Atmanirbharta, which our Honorable Prime Minister has very rightly picked up as and implemented into Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. So if that happens, or which is going to happen, that will be a big boost for technology companies, technology suppliers like us. And the second message, which is very important, which has come from this COVID period, is we have to take care of nature. Nature is supreme. We need to take care, pollution control, the natural resources have to be conserved. With these messages, as a technology supplier, I can say that we need to, once we get back into our expansion modes, we need to make sure that we are installing only modern and efficient steel plants. Huge amounts of money is spent on putting up steel plants, and large share of that money is from the taxpayers' pocket. So it is the responsibility of the technocrats and the bureaucrats that only modern and efficient steel plants are built. When I heard about this life cycle cost procurement, it is really music to ears, because in previous expansion, I'm sorry to say that many inferior quality steel plants were built, polluting steel plants were built, and rightly so, some of them also went into bankruptcy. So this expansion should not be taken or misused to create financial or environmental mess in the country. So this is a first point which I would like to mention. The second is that we have the opportunity, now the drive from the government, the stimulus package, it is about Atmanirbharta, the self-dependency. I can tell you, like everybody knows, that China is producing 50% of the world's steel. But Indian managers, Indian engineers are actually managing almost 20% of world steel as well. So we are not far behind. We are, percentage-wise far behind, but then we also are managing a big chunk in the, as you can see, in USA, Canada, Africa, Europe, Ukraine, Bangladesh, everywhere, Indian engineers. So when we have the knowledge, and we have the technology suppliers in the country today, Danieli or any SMS or Prime Metals have high level of expertise. So in nutshell, when we have the raw material, when we have the knowledge, we have the expertise, we have the suppliers, then why do we buy from, why shouldn't we self-dependent? And that is where I wanted to give a message that we need the focus on research and development, and we all know that it is extremely abysmal in the country. I can cite many technologies which are in nascent stage. No country has the motivation or funds to invest on those technologies. We in India should work on those technologies, and the future technologies of steel making should emerge from India. So that is about the self-dependency. And the third about similar part of self-dependency would be to manufacture in India. I can tell you Danieli has in this workshop in last 4 or 5 years, we may not have had many work orders from Indian market, but we have been continuously exporting. We have survived, or we have been occupied for supplying the steel plant equipment, the mills, the casters to global Western customers. And today also, while I speak, our factory is loaded with work from American clients. So that means we can create the quality and the standard in the country, which is no less than European workshops, far superior than Chinese workshops. We still have to compete with Chinese or Koreans. They do not set up workshops in India. Then why this unfair competition? The cost of funds for them is extremely low as compared to Indian producers. So this make in India capital goods, there should be, just like you are talking, everybody is talking about import barrier for steel. There should be import barrier for capital goods. The capital goods or steel plant equipment, or even people are importing complete plants. So that should stop. And last point is the project execution time. The delayed project is worse than the opportunity lost or project not installed. So we have seen the projects are installed in 5 to 10 years. In today's era, where you have seen that now last 50 days, we all are working remotely. We have managed our operations from our homes. I'm still working from home. So in that era, the methods of steel plant execution, the project execution, the consultants checking each drawing physically and equipment. When you are hiring the technology suppliers, there is no need to do that. The projects are built in 5 to 10 years. So that is something which should not happen in future. And all this is dependent on the demand creation. And my humble submission is that demand can only be created by the government of India. And I would close on a positive note. Let us move ahead. Let us build 300 million ton steel plant capacity, modern and efficient plants, built in India, built by Indians, and built for Indians. Thank you. I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Panwar. And yeah, what you mentioned about research and development in India, I mean, there's this general idea that people want immediate results, and R&D is a section where you need to invest 10 years, 15 years time to see the results. You cannot get immediate cost benefits from research and development. That's why many companies tend to not put so much focus in R&D, but it is an extremely important part. I would now request attendees if...
May I answer slightly, Ankit, not taking too much time. You have asked a very mature point. I mean, steel industry is full of experts, but everybody knows that R&D in the steel industry is very, very small.
Yeah.
The technology development takes years. The companies like SMS, Danieli, or Chorus, or Hugovans, all these companies are more than 100-year-old.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And they were supported at some point of time by the government, by the research, and the, I would say, the sustenance from the authorities. That is the only way to get into research and development in real sense. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, and I mean, as you rightly said, at this point of time, it is the companies, they find it convenient to buy the technologies from foreign companies, from big technology firms like Primetals and Danieli. And because of that, we are not putting so much focus in research and development, which is something that should change.
Yeah, as I said, these companies have now high level of expertise in the country.
Yeah.
And with the coming times when the foreign travels will be reduced, that will also support our cause. Most of the things can be handled from India. There are the manufacturing shops, there are the experts. We have almost 100 expert supervisors commissioning plants globally. So why not in India? So time has come. That is what the message is. And thank you for again helping me with the message.
Absolutely. So we have a question from Mr. B.D. Ghosh from the attendees.
Mr. B.D. Ghosh, who was earlier with Ministry of Steel.
Mr. B.D.
Ghosh,
unmute yourself and...
Mr. B.D. Ghosh was earlier with the office of DCIMS. Is he the same B.D. Ghosh?
I'm not sure.
Ask him.
So what's the question?
I think his microphone is not... If your, Mr. Ghosh, if your microphone is not working, you can type your question in the chat.
You can give my email address. I would be more than happy to take g.panwar@danieli.com.
Okay,
Okay.
then we can move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, just to conclude.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nirmala Mukherjee. Dada,
Just
to give the
Panwarji, just one.
opportunity.
Thank you so much. My apologies. I could not keep the minister so long, but I promise you, I will bring you on to a session with Daneli and the minister together. One session together with the minister. Either
Thank you.
Pulastiji or Dharmendra Pradhanji will have a session,
Sure.
because this year Daneli is not having the DIM conference, so obviously we could have
You're right.
similar session. Well, having said that, let me tell you, Panwarji is someone, Ankit Parath, you do not know, whom I know before you were born. You know, from the days he was with Indomac, you know, the company's later became
SMS. It was SMS.
SMS India. So during those days of Indomac, I know Panwarji, which is more than your age. So that's my relationship with him. And having said that, I thank you, Panwarji, once again for giving your valuable time. Daneli has a very good workshop in a place called Sri City, which is approximately 190 kilometers from Chennai. If I'm not mistaken, 190, something like that.
Yeah, a little less, but okay. It takes 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours from Chennai airport. And it's a beautiful workshop at par with what they have in Butrio in Italy. I have been to the workshops in Thailand. I've been to in fact, I was there for a Daneli presentation in Myanmar, where I highlighted the same thing which Panwarji said. When the Danielis and the Primetals and the SMSs spend millions of euros into R&D, the copycats simply copy it, and there is no IP rights left with the kind of. But these days things are a little difficult because you have the so-called mechatronic packages which are difficult to copy. So that's it. Thank you, Panwarji, once again. So with that, has Mr. Peter Meyer come back?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Panwarji. Please stay with us for a little while. With that, then we'll move to Mukesh Kumarji. Are you there?
Your mic.
You have to switch on your mic.
Yeah.
सॉरी मुकेश कुमार जी, आपको इतना देर हमने वेट करवाया, माफी चाहता हूं आपसे, बट ये सीक्वेंस ऐसा था कि प्रोड्यूसर से शुरू करेंगे, देन टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइड. एंड Panwar ji, please stay back for Mukesh Kumar ji's what he has to say, because Steel Research and Technology Mission of India was set up by our previous honorable minister Birendra Chaudhary ji. It was his brainchild with which the Steel Research and Technology Mission of India came up, and Mukesh Kumar ji naturally works very closely with the ministry to take forward Indian technologies to another level. So Mukesh Kumar ji, please,
thank you.
If you could enlighten us.
Thank you, Nirmala ji, for giving me this opportunity to share my views. What I will just take from Mr. Pamar onwards only, what Mr. Pamar has said. This is very right, that today in India, we have to change our project execution methodology, because the project, what we are completing in 2 years or 3 years outside India, it is taking even more than 5 years, 10 years also. And examples with various companies are in front of us. So somewhere we have to change our philosophy how to execute a project, because project execution itself is a specialized subject. It is cannot be can be generalized like this thing. And when we have expert opinion available from the technology supplier and other things, it's always advisable to see. That's why we are adopting into EPCM concept, or from EPCM to EPC concept. Earlier people were following, but still in our country we are following the EPCM and not the EPC truly. And I think the way private companies are executing the project, like JSW has executed, Tata has executed, I think that message will go, and slowly this is changing. Most of the points Nirmala ji has already been talked by all the people. And one major point which I wanted to emphasize was the digitalization And I think Mr. Ravi and Mr. Sabyasachi has explained very well, because in India, we have all the data management, data acquisition systems. We are recording everything. We have control, but everywhere we are having a manual intervention. So whatever data acquisition, everything we are having, we are not in a position to utilize those data for developing the supervisory control and other things also. So right now, time has come when we have to move, like Sabyasachi has told, we have to move the C part. The last part is the supervisory control system. And the supervisory control system can be developed only once you have your plant data, when you have this thing. So we know that COVID has come. It has impacted our production. Last year, we were expecting that we will continue to grow at a rate of around 5 to 6%. But unfortunately, up to the March, we could not maintain that pace. Up to November, December, we were maintaining, but November, December onwards, there was a slump in the market. And that's why we landed with around nearly 1.5% lower production than the last year. Another thing is that given our Honorable Prime Minister has told that we have Atmanirbhar Bharat, and he has told 5 pillars, and that 5 pillars give us a confidence that there will be a demand of steel in the country. He told about the economy, that we have to go quantum jump in the economy. And we know that steel is the backbone of economy. If you want to go into the economy part, it means you cannot forget about the steel side. Second thing, he told we want modern infrastructure. We know around 1.5 lakh crore infrastructure project has already been kept for road, around 1.6 lakh crore for railway, around 1 lakh crore for urban development. So much this thing is there. And government is giving a commitment and giving a promise that these projects will pick up. And when these projects are going to pick up, so there will be a demand of the steel. I don't think what we are having a perception that steel demand may go. Yes, we know in April everything was closed. That's why our consumption demand has gone down by around 90%. But again, as Mr. Siddhar has told, that this demand has started. Government has given a lot of incentives. People are saying we will create opportunities very close to the native villages, like in UP, in so many places. So those will give us new opportunity, and the demand is going to come. But when our Madam Mrs. Rasika Chobe was talking, when we had conference from Japan and with other people also, we were trying to learn where we are suffering, because Japan is using 80 to 85% as steel-based infrastructure, steel-based housing and everything. We know there is one region that seismic effect is there. That's why they are forced to use. But in our country also, when we try to analyze this thing, we found we are not in a position to make those type of steel. And when you go to any infrastructure project or anybody, they will say that RCC is at least 30 to 40% cheaper than steel. So that type of things come into their mind. So like high strength steel is there, where Japan has gone, they are making steel like weathering steel, which does not require any painting or anything. It is suitable for all type of weather. They are making special type of bridges steel, so that steel bridges span can go long. We can reduce our sizes, we can reduce our load. So overall in perspective, what we are seeing is that the demand of the steel in Japan has increased like anything. So there were a lot of learning, and that's why what Madam has told, we are trying to see if we can also take academic institutions into our loop and see how we can go ahead. Today, time has come when we cannot forget about the technology intervention requirement in our steel industry. Because we have to realize one thing, our strength lies only if we have an iron ore. If you forget about the iron ore, other than iron ore, most of the raw materials are imported in the country. We have only 10% limestone available, which is suitable for iron and steel grade. 90% is the cement grade. So we have to get limestone also from there. We have to get dolomite also from there. All the refractory materials are also coming from there. All the ferroalloys, what ferroalloys representative has told, most of the things are shifting because of several reasons. So we have to see how best we can utilize our resources. I agree with him that when we are looking for these type of things, there are so many areas in our steel plant also. We have to see how we can create value addition from the steel plant so that we can become globally competitive. We know coking coal is not in our control. Limestone is not in our control. Dolomite is not in our control. Refractory materials are not in our control. What we have only iron ore. Or second thing we have the coal. That is a thermal coal. So lot of people in USA and other people have started injecting gas into the blast furnaces. But still in India, whether it is a PCI coal or whether it is a thermal coal, we are there only. Can't we move towards a coal gasification based area? Although our minister, honorable minister, Mr. Pradhan has already taken a lot of initiative, and you might have heard around few days back in the paper that honorable Prime Minister also has constituted a committee to bring changes in the mineral legislations and to promote coal gasification. How to improve the coal gasification things in the country so that our dependency on imported coking coal is reduced. Today we are spending around 80,000 to 85,000 crore rupees just for import of the coal only. So then how we can be a competitive where 44 to 45% cost of the steel production goes into the coking coal only or energy cost only. So these are the areas where we have to start giving focus. We may have to look for coal gas based technology or start using coal gas in place of PCI to some extent, because so that use of place advantage of hydrogen and other things can be taken care of there. Similarly, there are also opportunities like world is changing. We were using blast furnace gases and other things only just which is a very heat value for heating purpose and other things. But the concept is changing. Everybody wants to improve their financial performance. And opportunities like converting carbon dioxide into bioethanol and taking a lot of money from there, those type of technology intervention will be required. Similarly, extracting heat from the slag, generating power, and giving a good quality of granulated slag to the cement industry so that we can catch higher value. Those things are there. Similarly, for the like steel slag is there. Most of the countries are using as a fertilizer. How we can add value there. So everywhere these things are required. Without this, I don't think we will be in a position to move forward, and we will be competitive also in the world market. So in my opinion, basically four things. One is your technology intervention. Whether technology intervention is for the raw material, like iron ore is there. Till date, we were just dumping 58%, 59% iron ore into the tailing ponds or unutilized, and we were trying to use 62, 63. But how long we can continue these things? Like Mr. Pamar has told, we have to look for advanced technology generation. Hydrogen is a long back, but people are going with other type of new technologies also, like magma is there and other things there. Our secondary sector was suffering in want of quality control. Recently, one company has commissioned one new technology for the first time in the country that is called gas oxygen reformer. And with that, they could manage all the quality issues of the secondary sector. And at the same time, they could reduce their operating cost also. And at the same time, they could improve their productivity also. So a new approach has to be thought of. Otherwise, with this type of thinking, it will not be. Green economy is the most important thing. If we start attacking our affluents, if we start attacking our waste like slags and other things, if we start utilizing our CO2 and other things, I think we will be in a position to create green iron and steel industry, and it will be more competitive because every byproduct will give back. So these were my thoughts. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mukesh Kumar ji. Thank you so much. There are some passions which people have. One of the passion which I have is I want to see SRTMI play a lead role in this country. And if you have, since you are there on my WhatsApp group, you must be following what I have been posting. I am trying to the best of my efforts to convince everyone that SRTMI should be a premier body to promote technology, to promote, for example, Mr. V.S. Sharma, you must have seen in the group, he mentions about promoting pelletization. Now, pelletization is something which, if we have a proper technology in place, then we could save the colossal loss of iron ore fines. So much of iron ore fines, it's a national waste of national resources. In the same way you mentioned about coal gasification.
One thing is there, because this SRTMI was formed by our lot of learned, our scientists, steel experts and everybody. Everybody was thinking the type of operating philosophy we are having in Japan, in USA and other things, we should have it here also, so that SRTMI can focus on this thing. But due to some issues, still it could not take that shape what it could, but I hope in time to come, it will definitely take that shape. And because this is a body which is created by all the integrated steel plant players and the government, and everybody is supporting this organization, but somehow it is taking a little bit time, because you know that research in steel, iron and steel is very costly proposition, and we somewhere we have to take a decision whether we want to be a technology follower or technology developer. But somewhere SRTMI has to see whether we can take a in-between route there, sir. Because if we start following technology developer, it may take long time. What Mr. Pawar has told, it takes 15 years, 20 years and other things. So very thoughtful approach has to be taken. And some of the issues like slag utilization is there, like CO2 gas utilization is there, like heat recovery from the slags are there. Those areas are there where all the integrated steel plant as well as the ministry are working, and you will see the SRTMI role will be more and more in time to come.
I think Panwatji, companies who are, the technology providers, mostly to even today, the technology providers are from West Europe as of now. People who have opted for Chinese blast furnaces, Chinese equipments are crying because, as the saying goes, सस्ता रोए बार बार, महंगा रोए एक बार.
No, we have to work on life cycle cost.
Life cycle cost is must. That's what our additional secretary was saying. And one thing we have to keep it in mind, what Chaudhary Sahab also has told, that this private industry is going to defer all their capital projects and everything. So there will be a tough time. So support of the government, that's why government is saying we will provide support, because if you might have seen, most of the big companies, whether it is Tata, whether it is Vedanta, whether anybody, most of the companies have deferred their capital investment, because this is not the time when they are looking for that. So the time will be there, and most of the demand will come from these six sector only. So steel industry also, we have to see how to continuously work on reducing our cost every day. Like Mr. Sabyasachi has told, their human power productivity is around 3,000 ton per manpower. So we have to work on human manpower productivity. We have to work on cost competitiveness. We have to work every area. So we cannot miss at this critical time even a single area where there is even a single penny where we can save, that will put us in advantages.
Could I ask one question?
Ravi, please. Ravi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Do you have any technology work on baghouse dust?
Yes, baghouse dust, like EAF, we are working, electric arc furnace and induction furnace. Baghouse filter is there, because most of the dust we are using at least 50% scrap and 50% DRI. And what we found is, pardon?
Yes, which are without scrap.
Without right now, because our main objective was to recover zinc from those areas. So that zinc processing, we are working on various R&D projects, and one of the plant we are implementing also. But in other areas also, we are seeing how best we can utilize that dust, because right now we were having the dust which is having mix of zinc and other impurities also. So right now our focus is on the zinc.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question?
We have a question from the audience.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello, sir. This is Amit. I am running a IT business, currently providing some IT services to Kin Malada for his steel and metallurgy. I have a question, sir. Like mostly in India, we see like as an IT services, we are in top of the world providing IT services to most of the countries, but still we are lacking product-wise. We are giving services, we are lacking product-wise. We are using products made from other countries, like maybe OS or maybe the platform which we are using right now. It's a good thing, like our Prime Minister is saying, like we should also invest in product-wise IT services as well. And he has denoted some fund for developing a video chat product. Is something in your pipeline over here so that we can also get some idea about the projections from India government?
Because it is from the government of India also, and even from other companies also. I'm just giving you one example of the Tata Steel. If you go there to their mines, they have developed a software, because when any driver or any person is going, they put a band on their helmets, and helmet analyze how much a person is feeling comfortable, whether he's tired or the thing. And if anything is there, immediately we get a signal into the control room, this person is feeling sleepy, and it can create an accident there. So immediately the message goes to him. So these type of IT softwares are there. But if you see iron and steel industry, lot of opportunities are there. Like few examples has been given by Sabyasachi. And if you see from that angle, there is hardly much work has been done in our country, and lot of scope is there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for informing.
So if I may add to Dr. Mukesh Kumar's statement, Amit, I think the biggest challenge with Indian IT sector being at the forefront within consumption inside India is the lack of interest from Indian industry overall as a focus towards the digitalization. In fact, the partners that we have in Big River Steel, one of the major partners is Noodle.ai in the field of data sciences and artificial intelligence. Their back office is in Bangalore.
Okay.
I used to work with another company called Impendi Analytics. Their back office is also in Delhi. And then there are so many like that. I mean, the United States, if you look at the entire H-1B process, it's flooded with IT individuals from India. So overall, there is a huge influx of Indian individuals because of our ability to speak fluently in the language of English. We are a natural choice. We are smart individuals, just like others in the world. Every youth community in the world is very smart today. So Indians are no behind, but Indians have an edge because we are naturally, because of our heritage from British rule, we are naturally born with the instinct and the inclination and the focus from our parents to learn English and speak in English. We are still today identified as smart, Indian smart, if we can speak fluently and write fluently in English. So there is an advantage, and India should absolutely utilize that advantage to its benefit. So I think, Amit, there is a lot of opportunity. I think the manufacturing sector, I was very encouraged to hear Mrs. Rasika Chaube today that the digitalization needs to be focused. Similar intents were expressed by Mr. Anil Chowdhury and Mr. VR Sharma, Mr. Jayant Acharya. They're already into it. And I'm sure one of the leading pioneers in the steel industry in India is Tata Steel. I know a few individuals who used to work with me and are now with Tata Steel in those kind of roles. So good luck. And I'm looking forward to, I just sent a message on the chat box. I am looking forward to people like you coming up and contributing to the steel industry in a meaningful manner in the digitalization space. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Sabyasachi.
Thank you, Sabyasachi. I'm sure this will pep up my son as well. I always wanted to enlist my son to take up metallurgy as his career, but then he said no. IT is what I like, and he used to tell me, okay, data science. Yeah. That's what Sabyasachi's presentation today was, handling big data and big data science. So my son decided he will go for IT. He won't listen to me, and he won't take up metallurgy anyway. But well, I'm happy that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm no IT person. I am no, widget. I'm not a gig. I am not like that. I am a pure metallurgist, made steel with my hands. And now today we are applying what I have learned in a technological manner, in a digitalized fashion. So my role as the leader of this team is to put those thoughts into algorithms for better control.
Ankit, do you have to say anything on this?
No, I mean, yeah, it's absolutely whatever Mr. Bandyopadhyay mentioned in his speech. I mean, it was very, very close to my heart because I could relate to a lot of what he was saying.
And similar to what Dr. Mukesh Kumar just talked about, that Tata Steel about mines with safety hard hats. In fact, there is a company in US, it's called Guard Hat. You can Google it and find out. It's in fact run by one Indian. He's the CEO, Saikat Dey. And they have adopted a lot of this kind of innovative technology in the space of human safety in the industry. And in fact, we were talking to them very recently about professional distancing, how we can monitor and track that.
Right.
Thank you so much, Ajita. Okay, with that, we can't go on and on. We have to somewhere finish off, otherwise we'll end up at midnight. So let's move forward to Shushimda. Are you back? Shushimda? Okay, Shushimda is still not here, but I just saw him, I think. Okay, now
Yeah,
he's
he
not there.
joined and then I think he left.
Okay, because just now he was there. Okay,
Yeah.
he may come back. Okay, now we'll move forward to Subrotoda. Subrotoda, are you there?
Can you see me?
Yes.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can see you now. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Nirmal, for giving me an opportunity. It was a great day.
It is always an honor to have you.
It's okay. And with such good speakers, with Minister, Honorable Minister, Mr. Chaudhary, Chairman SAIL, and it was a wonderful deliberation from everybody, learned people. Actually, everything has been talked about. I will just focus on certain things. You know, we are passing post-COVID, we call it restricted, limited globalization. The next few months, next short time afterwards, we'll see less of globalization because all the countries will try to concentrate on their own resources and their own manpower, and there'll be little movement and transshipment of goods and materials from here and there. So we have to utilize this situation, and the self-reliance has to come to the maximum extent, which has been talked about earlier also. Now we have a problem with, now let's talk about steel. We know iron ore we have. The only problem is we have less of coking coal. So we should start pushing in more of PCI and reduce to whatever extent less import of coking coal. We should push in PCI, as I told. We should mix non-coking coal with coking coal. Even if it is 10%, 15%, or 20%, as some of the countries are doing, there's a big research going on in US. To that extent, we can reduce the import of coking coal. Of course, Chairman SAIL has told that we have found new suppliers from Mongolia and Russia, but still, why we should go into that? So that's a big area. Now we have to concentrate more on electric route to reduce carbon emission and again to help reduce coking coal import. We have strength in DRI. We are one of the largest manufacturer of DRI, mixed DRI with hot metal. So the blast furnace size comes down, your coking coal requirement comes down, the environment pollution comes down because of lesser size of blast furnace, power consumption comes down. So that may be our future goal, which we come to know that many of the plants are trying to get into that. In fact, so many plants in India are closed, which can be started. So the goal after COVID should be short-term and long-term. Let the planners come and plan the short-term goal. Short-term goal is bring back the qualified manpower. India has the largest qualified and expert manpower in steel industry. So after this migrant movement, they should not be lost. They should not be lost, and they should be in the circuit for steel making. So all efforts should be made to keep them alive. Alive means not living, of course. Alive means part of the steel industry. So in this shutdown, Indian steel industry, the major industries have gone quite well. In fact, JSPL production has improved a lot, and Tata Steel, of course, little reduced, but they're working. But all the smaller plants and the smaller units have really could not manage, but they should be helped to, because of the government initiatives of different initiatives that has been announced, that should be passed on to the smaller units so the steel production increases, and which is passed on to the MSMEs and machinery manufacture. So the other technological things means use of pellet or use of sinter, that can be talked about and debated. Say slime, to whatever extent we have to recover the waste materials. Say slime beneficiation has come to stay. We were wasting a lot of, Mukesh Kumarji rightly pointed out, we were wasting a lot of higher grade iron, say 50%, 55%, that can be brought back into the circuit. Now utilize the lessons learned during the shutdown. The working methodology has changed. The travels will reduce. Some of the jobs which can be done from office can be done through remote operation, and technology has come up, and in fact it is in use in some of the North African countries like Libya. European suppliers are suggesting things through 3D imaging. In fact, through 3D imaging, plant operations are also maintained. The person need not be at the site to instruct the operators how to maintain, how to operate the plant. So these are some of the technological innovations that have taken place in the world, and that needs to be fully utilized in this after COVID situation before it comes back. Our role will be to bounce back the economy, for which steel has to play a good part. And with efforts, I am sure nowhere in the world today, the seminar, webinar like Nirmala is arranging, so many learned people are sitting together, is something really incredible. So, and another last one, utilize experienced planners to plan what to do, how to carry on, and in a structured manner, bring back the industry to the rails and go forward. With this, I want to finish, and it was a wonderful discussion. Thanks to the organizers, and that's it. If you have any questions, please come up.
Thank you, Subrata. As always, you were wonderful, precise, to the point, and brought up the very pertinent issues. And you know, as far as the subject of metallurgy is concerned, I always felt that you are one person, right from iron making down to rolling and finishing. You are one person who has equal expertise in all of these. So that is why it is always a privilege to have you with us, and I need you I pray for your good health, so that many more years to come, I get your support and blessings to carry on with the crusade to bring the steel industry at the top of the world. The future of steel,
Thank you,
lies in India. I always feel the future of steel lies in India. With that, we have another, I would say, Dada, and a great friend who has always stood by me, like you have, Subrata, Sushinda. Sushinda and you have always been with me for the last umpteen number of years. I even lose count how many years you have been there supporting me on all my endeavors. So I really, I'm grateful that Sushinda, in spite of such late hours, is still with us, and we still have 100 odd people with us. I'm surprised, because normally after lunch in every conference that we do, we have less than 20 people left, and this is only on webinar. In the afternoon session when we started, we had 250 odd people, and besides, we are going on Facebook Live, we are going on YouTube, so I'm sure thousands of people must be there put together listening to us. So with that, may I request Sushinda to talk about where the steel is going to go in these critical conditions. Today, Mr. Sharma Chairman Sale, all of them highlighted about infrastructure projects and also the fact that we need to export. But where is the steel going to go? How are you going to achieve 300 million tons? So Sushimda, please take it forward from here. Mr. Sushim Banerjee is the Director General of Institute for Steel Development and Growth, which is jointly promoted by Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and the steel producers. Sushimda, please.
We are not able to hear you. Can you unmute your mic, Mr. Banerjee?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now.
Okay. Thank you, Nirmalo, for inviting me. I hope I am the last speaker in this very interesting and very long webinar that I have ever attended. And Nirmalo, I must thank you for organizing such a webinar, which is very, very educative for all of us. Now, getting back to the main issue that has been discussed, I think all along we have been discussing, if I am permitted to say so, is we are looking at the supplier side. But I think this is my perception of the whole crisis that COVID-19 has brought in and the lockdown has brought in. It is a demand crisis. It is a crisis in demand. And whether the crisis in demand has emerged due to some internal problems or due to lack of purchasing power, so that the consumer goods also doesn't have any demand, or lack of investment, which was expected from the not only from the government as public investment, but also private corporate sector. Now all these things taken together has created a demand crisis. Now the projection that we are all feeling, you have seen the April figure, you have seen the March figure. A few days back, the industrial production data for the month of March, which shows a 16% fall in IIP. And the most steel intensive sectors like capital goods, consumer durables, and also partly infra and construction, all these have gone down from 15 to about 30% in the month of March. As a result, for the full year, it has pulled down the growth in each of these sectors. Basically, if you look at the steel consumption in our country, India's steel, about 70% goes for the infra and construction. And this is my idea that if infra and construction grows, then only the capital goods sector will also grow, because it is interlinked. The construction sector demands various types of equipments, tools, equipments, engineering items, which are basically the capital goods production. And when the capital goods also goes up and wage and employment generation, income generation goes up, it creates money in the hands of the household. And as a result, the consumer goods demand also grows up. Now, 70%, nearly about 68 to 70% of our steel goes to the infra and construction. And that is why I put a lot of emphasis on this, what is going to happen. Now, people have here commented about NIP. We have heard about the budgetary allocation of 1.7 lakh crore. And if you go by the very recent publication that the Department of Expenditure under Ministry of Finance has brought out, they have further zeroed down and made a investment plan for the 2020 to 2025, which not only include infra, the economic infrastructure, but also a lot of social infrastructure, means digitization, means education, health, which are for us, it is non-steel intensive. So steel demand will come only for the infra component of the total investment. This fact I want to share with you. And in our country, around 6 to 7% of the total investment is going for the infra investment. That is, if gross capital formation is the total indicator of investment in our country, out of that, around 7 to 8% goes for the infra. And that is most steel intensive. Infra investment leads to steel demand, which is almost 7 times more than what is happening in social infrastructure. Now, apart from these 70%, another 9% goes for the auto. And you know, auto sector has undergone a deep down this year and also next year. But I could gather from what Dr. Sabushachi was telling, that auto sector will come back. Particularly, things are good for auto in China, in Germany, and also in US. So let us hope that by 2001 demand we about 9% of the total consumption goes up. Balance is about engineering goods and processing, which is 50% of our demand, which is in a pretty bad shape now if you look at it. So only infra investment, construction sector investment will pull the demand goods also. The battery which and Ravi Singh's processing be a good of growth once the lockdown were, because lot of safety measures have been adopted for whatever the food and the protein content of the food, so which requires lot of packaging material. Here, one issue we must be very particular, that in spite of our so low effective tin plates are still coming in our country, in spite of produce like JU and all ramping up their capacity. Why this are effective steel, which is a really I do not find any logic why this much quantity of effective steel will come, and there is ample opportunity for the unscrupulous producers to divert this material from the from prime material where use is to be, for the prime material where defective steel is being used. Same is for the if you see the import content, that was one of the issues that was discussed in this seminar, in this webinar, that import also we must have a control. Now import, if you want to have a control, if you see the import component, it is not only that 6 to 7 million tons of capital goods we are importing, for which we do not have the capability. Why we do not have the capability? In fact, this is one area we must concentrate very high. In fact, steel producers also can have a regular interaction with the capital goods producers, so that these engineering goods can be produced in India, which will contribute to the lot of steel demand, not only for the ordinary steel, but also for the special grade steel. Now coming back to the 4 or 5 areas, which I find that it is the promotional area where our institute is very much involved. Particularly if you have heard Finance Minister yesterday, that she has announced a 70,000 crore bonanza for the real estate sector. Now, as you know, real estate is one of the areas where steel intensity is really down compared to what has happened in UK, Japan. Mukesh Kumar was mentioning about Japan. Yes, Japan, 80 to 85% the houses are made of steel. In our case, it is not even 20%. Now, this is an area where 2.3 crores of houses will be built in the next 1.5 years. Now, INSDAG has made a design of steel intensive 2-floor and 3-floor houses, and we have submitted to the Ministry of Urban Department in the central government, and they have given this design to BMPTC, the Building Material Technology Promotion Council, and after that they have said that they have sent this design to the Panchayat. Now it is up to the Panchayat to adopt this technology and influence and persuade the beneficiaries who are beneficiary, as the Finance Minister has announced, the CLSS scheme, the credit linked subsidy scheme. For all the households which will be making houses under this scheme, they will get a good amount of subsidies by the government, and also a soft loan at 4% interest. Now here, the main problem is coming, that the panchayat authority says that it is the beneficiary who will decide on the design, and the beneficiary, the normal household in the rural areas, you can well imagine that they go by the what the small contractor or mason will advise them, and they will never advise for steel. So I think there very intense marketing of the steel-based design at the panchayat level, that will only be the answer to promote this technology. Second, we have made a design for low-cost housing, and which shows that a steel house of 25 square meter, which is the under Prime Minister Awas Yojana Gramin, it will require steel of 1.5 tons. So 2.3 crore houses, 1.5 ton means about 34 million tons of the demand that is there. But who will persuade the individual householder by going to each panchayat? We have tried our best to approach through Ministry of Rural Development, and we have written letters to all the panchayat department, the principal secretary of panchayat for each of these states. Only 3 states we have received the reply, and they have also said that it is the beneficiary who will decide. So you have to come and present, and if you can persuade, we will arrange them. We will arrange the meeting. But you can imagine India is such a big country. So what I feel that an intense marketing of this design needs to be made. The third point, very recently, which I am thankful to Madam Rashika Chobe, he has mentioned about the INSDAG, about the MORTH, the Ministry of Roadways, and Highways. One of the major issues they have been telling the steel producer that since there is no standard steel design for road bridges, so they are not able to persuade their contractor to adopt steel intensive construction. In order to fulfill this gap, we came forward, and for the last 4 months, we have almost finalized 130-meter span road bridge, which we are going to submit to MORTH and let them go through it. And once they approve this, then it will be implemented. It will be going for implementation. But the point, I was talking to the chief engineer. Now he made a very one comment that really upset me, in the sense that he mentioned that all the road projects are now on EPC contract. Now EPC contractor, it is up to him. If he decides that he will go in for steel, which will be definitely somewhat costlier, but in the long term, it is much more, it is much cheaper, but he will go by the direct cost. And so hardly any steel-based designs in the road sector, in the road over bridges will be taken. Of course, if you see Delhi and other areas, lot of road bridges are coming which are using steel. But our design is very much steel intensive, and if this design can be made mandatory in the clauses, in the bidding clauses, then only steel will be very much used. And huge market is there. It is a 40 million to 45 million tons only in one sector. So that is how I find that if you want to have a 300 million ton capacity target for 2030, and except barring for this last 6 months impact of the lockdown and the COVID-19, we will go ahead. But then the market for at least 230 to 240 million tons of steel must be created in India. And unless this type of infra and construction sector goes in for steel intensive construction, for which I repeatedly mentioned, we will do the technical support, but then marketing has to be done at ground level, at district level, for which we will have to design a strategy so that at the district level, at the state level, these designs are accepted, not by any central government department, because they feel that once they accept the design, they will just incorporate this in the bidding document without saying that it is mandatory for you to opt for the steel-based design. So I think like in other countries, we have got like in Malaysia, in some South African countries, they have said that all the major infra projects will be steel intensive because of the long-term durability, because of the life cycle cost advantage. And in our case, we are still far away on this. Both the government as well as there is some, sort of reservation on the part of the project, the executing agencies to go in for steel intensive construction. So we'll have to, first is we'll have to assure a steady and regular supply of steel. Maybe it is an ordinary grade steel, maybe it is a special grade steel, but we have to assure them that this steel will be regularly and without any supply constraint will be supplied. And we'll have to persuade them to opt for the steel-based design. And only then our market, like, I'll give you so many examples, like in metal roofing. In metal roofing is an area where lot of opportunities are there, not only for our galvanized sheets, but also coated, pre-coated sheet. And if we go in for this in our country, the hidden demand is about 35 million tons. Can you imagine? This is the kind of market that India possesses, and we'll have to explode that. That is the very big work for all of us, particularly for all the technical support that will be given. But we need the marketing and management strategies of all the stakeholders who want to promote steel and who want to see Indian steel consumption rising to a new peak. And other than this import and export, there are some suggestions which I keep it reserved because I think I have exceeded my time, and since I am the last speaker, I do not want to further bore you, because you have already tolerated so many speakers, and of course you have gained a lot. So with this, I come to the end of my speech, and thank you, Nirmalo, for inviting me and for sharing my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushinda, once again. Well, the consumption comes at the last stage. That's why, Sushinda, unless you are there, if the market is not there, no product is good. So you are the one who has to ensure that we get a market. So it's the contribution that INSDAC can play in actually bagging the big infra projects, the big projects of the metros which are coming up, the airports, the Sagarmala project, all these projects which, if it takes even some time to take off, it will give a tremendous amount of impetus to our target towards 300 million tons. So with that, I would leave the floor to my son for Q&A session. If there are any Q&As, Ankit, give a warm thanks to all our honored panelists, right from United States to Middle East to India, everyone and our global audience across the world, because we have gone on Facebook Live, we have gone on YouTube. So there are thousands of people who are watching us around the world, and especially thank them. Also thank our sponsors, our valued panelists. And I'm really impressed that the chairman SAIL, in spite of having 6-7 plants to look after, is still with us, listening to us. So my special thanks goes to the entire panel, including Chairman SAIL, Sopo Sachida, who got up at 4:30 in the morning to address to us. My special thanks to Mr. Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Rupesh Kumar, all our panelists, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Ravi. Special thanks to Ravi. Ravi is still there with us. And Ravi is also running 3 plants. So with that, I'll hand over the floor to my son, Ankit. Please go ahead, Ankit, from Kohl, Germany.
Yeah, thank you, Dad. So I want to start with the Q&A sessions that a lot of people were waiting for a very long time. However, we started off with 250 attendees, and now we have come down to around 54. But if anyone has any questions they would like to ask to the panelists, or anyone in the panel who would like to ask a few questions to each other, the floor is now open. Okay, so we have a question from Rajiv De.
Yeah.
Yes, please introduce yourself and we cannot hear you properly. There's hello. Okay,
Can we, Ankit, can
I
we
think
ask
Mr.
you
Dey,
to?
could you please write your question in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am Professor Rajiv Dey of Metallurgical and Material Engineering Department, Jadavpur University.
Hello. Okay, I think Mr. Dey's connection just dropped off. So meanwhile, we'll take more questions. We have
no, Ankit, Rajiv is audible. Rajiv Da is audible. Rajiv Da, please go ahead. Nirmal Lo here. Rajiv Da, please go ahead. Nirmal Lo here.
His connection has dropped.
Dropped? Okay.
Yeah.
Sobosachita has a question.
Yes.
No, I didn't have a question, Nirmala. I was just suggesting that whether Mr. Dey can type his question on the chat box, and then someone of us can pick it up. That was what I was trying to suggest.
Rajiv Da, are you there?
Hello. Hello, can I take the
Yes,
question?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, hi, good evening. This is Nishant and I'm from Nalco Water. My question is to the CMD of SAIL. I would be very excited to know what specific plans SAIL has to implement a or QCBS cost-based procurement.
Sorry, Anil Chaudhary, this side, I could not get the question in complete. Of course, I could hear something, but the main part of the question, I could not get it. If you can repeat it, Mr. Mukherjee, if you can repeat it for me, I will be too happy to answer it.
The full question. Could you repeat the question again?
Yeah, I mean, my question was on the suggestion of the Joint Secretary, where she mentioned that life cycle cost-based procurement would be made mandatory in government procurement. So I wanted to know if SAIL has any immediate plans to go for life cycle-based procurement or quality and cost-based procurement, which is commonly known as QCBS,
yes,
for its OPEX-based procurement.
Yes, no, you are right. In fact, let me clarify that in many of the cases, particularly, as you know, in case of refractories, and also wherever the quality is involved, we are going in for the QCBS based performance only. And this life cycle cost and QCBS, more or less, they are the same thing. In case of QCBS, we give weightage, some weightage to quality and balance weightage to the price, and normally the weightage assigned to the quality is higher than what we assign it to the price. So it has already been going on for purchases where there we have to go in for the quality products. It is already there. And I gave you one of the examples also. I can share some more examples also with you offline.
Sure, sir. Thank you. And, you know, yeah, thank you, sir.
Do we have any more questions?
Yes, I've got a question.
I've got one.
Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
What I'll do is I type my question in the chat box. I will just, there, my question is there. And if everyone can read it, it's not addressed to anyone in particular. Whosoever thinks he can answer it well, he can answer it. I'm just reading out the question for everyone's benefit.
Yeah.
For the steel industry to grow in an inclusive manner and generate more jobs and value, it is imperative that we export end products instead of semi-finished goods. If the input supply to the downstream industry who produce end products is costlier than the international FOB price, how will this industry be competitive and grow? We have seen in the last month that the steel producers faced a huge problem when the downstream industry became inoperative. How can the steel industry grow if the downstream cannot?
I think Chairman Sale can check this question.
Yes. I fully agree with the person who raised this question. I could not get his name. I fully agree with him.
Nirmal Saraf here, sir. I am Nirmal Saraf.
Mr. Saraf, thank you very much for raising this very pertinent question. And I fully agree with you that as far as possible, we should export only value-added products. But as you know, the months of March and April, and also the month of May, they are all exceptional months. The market is looking for the semi-finished material only in the form of billet, bloom, slab, and ferrous shot or pig iron, and also to some extent HR coil. I know we cannot be competitive if we only sell this semi-finished material, but today the requirement is like that only. But otherwise, if you see, the industry has been exporting like this boiler quality plates and also high tensile plates we have been exporting, and maybe this EQ wire rod, etc., high carbon wire rod. These are all in demand in the export market also, and they are fetching a reasonably good price. So I concur with you that for inclusive growth of the industry, we have to work on the value addition, and mostly the value addition will come from the downstream industry. And without the prosperity of the downstream industry, the upstream steel industry can never prosper.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We can take one more question.
Yeah, this is Rachit Khanna from MN Dastur.
Yes, Mr. Khanna.
I have put up my question on the chat box, but I'll just repeat here.
Yeah.
Should we not push the policymakers, to move towards more scrap-based policy, where we can move towards scrap the 15-year-old automobile policy, or reasonable priced power and things like that, which will give a good impetus to the steel industry, a much awaited impetus.
Mr. Rachit, this side Dr. Mukesh, you may be knowing that the scrap availability in the country is very, very low. And
Yes.
today's maximum availability is around 20 to 25 million ton. You might have heard in the paper also that recently some countries are putting ban on export of even scrap also. We were getting around 8 to 9 million ton of scrap from outside, and some of the countries like UAE and other things, for next 4 months to 6 months, they have put a ban that no scrap will be exported from those countries. Similarly, because if you see world over, the total scrap generation is around 600 to 700 million ton. And now China is also looking that they should move towards around 20 to 30% this thing. Although that's why availability of scrap in our country is one of the biggest problem, and that's why we were thinking that end of life vehicles policy may come, and this may give some cushion to us so that we can maintain our share of this EF route accordingly. But it is taking some time because a lot of things are involved, a lot of consultations are involved with this party, but availability of the scrap will always be a problem. And what we have projected is up to 2030, maximum around 40 to 45 million ton scrap may be maximum available. So
that is without the policy, without the 15-year-old scrap policy, or with the policy?
So this is with 15 years policy, sir.
With 15 years.
With the 15 years policy, if that comes into the this picture, so around 45 to 50 million ton maximum scrap may be available, because we know in time to come, getting scrap imported will be a difficult scenario.
Right. Thank you.
If you see, I also mentioned in my address that this scrappage policy should be brought as early as possible. In fact, this has been going on, and Ministry of Steel has been prompt in framing a policy and sending it for consideration of the cabinet. I believe once it is through, we are going to get this lot of scrap, and also that will help in generating the demand for steel in turn. Thank you.
Definitely. Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary.
Okay. Thank you, Rachit ji. Thank you, Rachit ji. I must specially thank SAIL chairman for spending 4 hours with us. So let me do some marketing for him. Ravi, next time you think of buying billets, you should buy SAIL billets.
No, I will not sell the billet. No, Mr. Mukherjee, I will only sell the finished steel and not the billets. So no billets for export or selling in the domestic market.
I don't buy billets.
Yes.
But I can think doing trading with SAIL wire rods in this region.
No,
we don't
definitely.
have trading. We don't have trading.
That reminds me of a
Mr. Ravi, you are yourself a salesman. You have worked with sale. I do not know when and where you worked because I have been in finance in the beginning of my career. So I do not know where you worked, but you know it that we are very soon going to appoint an advisor in Middle East. We are looking for it, and we find that the MENA region is coming up very fast, and we need to appoint some responsible person there who can take care of our interest and also take care of exports which are happening from our country to this region. So we will be too happy to interact with you, and also I will depute my person who will be in contact with you, my ED ITD or my GM ITD or CGM, Chief General Manager ITD. She will be in touch with you and she will ascertain your requirement, and we will be too happy to service that requirement from the sale plants.
It will be great because
thank you.
I was in Dugapur steel plant, by the way.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Of GM, etc. over there.
Okay.
But I think it'll be. I've been pushing the Bahrain government to enter into some kind of an FTA with India, but take its own time. But I think this will become a pocket market for India going forward. So if whoever moves fast will get the advantage.
Right, you're right.
Okay, so since we have already crossed our time limit, I would like to apologize for any of the attendees who had some questions but were not able to ask. And I would like to wrap up the discussion today with a few closing remarks. Firstly, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and all the panelists for taking out time from their busy schedules to create such a vibrant discussion and making this event a successful one. I would like to thank our sponsors, Jindal Steel and Power, who are our lead sponsor for the event, Prime Metals Technologies, RINL Vizag Steel Plant, Sham Steel, and HNK India for their pivotal support. And last but not the least, I would like to thank Merchant Chamber of Commerce for co-organizing this webinar, Amitech India for their constant technical support, and everyone from the Steel and Metallurgy team without whom this event would not be possible. And also before concluding the conference, I would like to say that we plan to organize many more such webinars in the coming days, and we look forward to your participation and support moving forward. And with that, I would like to conclude today's meeting. Thank you everyone for joining us, and stay safe.
Yeah,
Mr.
my special
Ankit.
thanks to...
No, Mr. Ankit, before you speak, Mr. Mukherjee, I would like to thank both of you, Mr. Mukherjee for conceiving this program, and to Mr. Ankit for hosting this program so well. And the panelists, they have been really good. I'm telling you with great frankness that the things which I learned today, I never learned in my life. Like the panelists, one after the other, they were excellent in their respective areas, and they taught us so many things. And perhaps this is one of the seminars where I sat from beginning till end. So my sincere thanks to you for hosting this webinar, and I'm sure in coming time also we will continue to host such type of seminar. And in fact, one of the seminars, as and when you conceive, I would like to sponsor from sales side. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chaudhary Saab. You know, that's why I keep saying Anil Kumar Chaudhary is the best chairman of SAIL I've ever come across. Can you imagine a chairman who's managing 6-7 plants together to sit for 4 hours? It emotionally touches me from the core of my heart, Chaudhary Saab. That's why I keep saying you are not only a good chairman, a wonderful human being. That is most important. Tomorrow, perhaps some other chairman will come, but your name will be written in golden words.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I echo Nirmala's impression, because I also was born in SAIL as a professional, and I know how important the SAIL chairman position is, and in terms of the biggest conglomerate in India to be managed. And so I really appreciate you staying for the entire period, Mr. Chaudhary. I'm really impressed. So am I impressed with the rest of the people on the panel. And like Mr. Chaudhary said, there were tremendously great input. And I have been looking at India from the sidelines. I was in India about 2.5 years back, very close to the operations and to the business. But now that I'm away, I still follow. And Nirmala has me included in his group, and I get all the inputs and vibes about the steel industry from his WhatsApp group. So thank you, Nirmala, for keeping me posted and inviting me to this session to be part of this session and be part of that dais where a lot of dignitaries are sharing. So I am privileged.
Yeah, the only problem is I cannot add cell chairman to our group because then all the suppliers will be jumping on him. But then what I have done is I have added one of his CEOs, Anirban, who's a very good friend of mine. So Anirban closely follows the group, and you see his posts all the time. So I cannot, even if I want, I cannot add Chairman Sale. So, but Chairman Sale will obviously get the inputs from his team. His team members are all there.
And I think, Nirmalia, that the last few comments that we were having on automotive industry, the steel industry, the scrap, United States has gone from a sea change of 80% blast furnace BOF steelmaking to almost 70% EAF steelmaking. It's a massive change. And in order to address that change, so there was a leadership that was needed in managing scrap, in the scrap management function. And I think this is where India needs to take a giant leap to augment the scrap processing functionalities and probably do something about the whole process, because our dependence on imported coking coal kills us. On the other hand, there was also a question on the panel about, in the chat box, about how we can use the Indian coal reserves and how we can use coal gasification process. I think that is also an interesting subject. So Nirmala, well done with the webinar. I think this is a great start. This is again a new normal. And I think even if we can do 4 hours or 3 hours or 5 hours of sessions on different subjects, like scrap processing, like coal gasification, like new technology, policies, because I think instead of covering very broad topics, we should try to cover specific topics, and then the input should be more and more effective. And as Mr. Chaudhary said, I am leaving this session almost at the point of leaving this session with a lot of input that I didn't have. And I'm thankful to you for bringing me on board with this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Sale, Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, for your kind words. We will really be grateful if Chairman Sale joins us in future also for such endeavors, where we will try and see to channelize the entire supply chain, to bring in large construction measures, big projects, National Highway Authority of India, Airport Authority of India, all these CEOs together, the heads of all of them together, who are going to consume what we produce. A good product is not enough. You should have a good market for it as well. So with that, I express my thanks once again, and I would like to close the session for the day. Thank you so much. Please keep in touch. Stay safe. Stay healthy, Chaudhary Sahab. Take care. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ankit, can you close the session?
Thank you.
Yes, I will close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.